Okay, we are live.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It looks as though all directors are here. And briefly looking through, the only one that I don't see yet is Rachel. And Rachel, if you're on and I don't see you, let me know if you're showing up as somebody else.
Hey, this is Rachel.
All right. Gotcha. We're all here. Appreciate that. Well, then it's 9:03 a.m. and I'm calling our meeting to order. The first order of business is an approval of the agenda. I think we all now have the board packet. And by the way, the board packet is 152 pages. Several of us have had to refresh and download it a couple of times. So everybody make sure that your board packet is 152 pages. Okay, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved by Kohler.
Moved by Kohler. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Joe seconded that. Is there any discussion or need to change anything on the agenda? All those who are in favor of this agenda, would you please unmute and say aye at this time?
Hi.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to this agenda, would you please unmute and indicate your opposal? Okay, the agenda is passed. Drew, if you could put up the American flag for us so that we could say the pledge, now would be the time.
All right.
Okay, let's go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, I show at this time that we have 17 attendees. That's good news. That's great. Now, attendees, I'm speaking to you now. We're doing something new now this month so that our board packet is also available online. If you haven't got it in front of you, you can go to the LPEA website, LPEA Co-op, LPEA.coop, and you go under About Us, and you click on the Board of Directors link, and you'll notice meeting documents are there. It says Public Board Packet, abbreviated. So that would give you a way that you can follow along with what we're doing in a way that you've not had before. Is that correct? Is everybody, when I do that, I'm seeing 5 of 17 pages. Karis, is that what you expect? Or Hillary?
Yes, after speaking with legal counsel, that's why it says abbreviated. Not everything that is given to the board is included in there, but the items that were deemed public are included.
Okay, well, this is something that we will continue to work on and talk with. And I think many of the board, will probably get to this further today during our communication session, are interested in putting out as much information as possible. So I expect in other months, this might increase. But anyhow, I appreciate those who are attendees, and you will get your chance to talk as soon as we accept new members. I see your reports, member comments. Okay, I think this is the time before we've approved the agenda, before we go on to the consent board items, we now will have member comments and concerns. So Drew, if you see anybody who has raised their hand and would like to speak to the board at this time, could you allow them to do that?
Certainly, I see one. Monique?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Monique, go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name's Monique DeGiorgio. I am the Executive Director of Local First. We are an organization that supports local independent businesses here in La Plata County. We have about 360 members. I'm also a member in District 4. I had 2 quick comments today. The first was in reference to Director Sue McWilliams' letter to the editor dated July 8th around Tri-State making bigger green strides. I just wanted to respectfully comment that board of directors are supposed to disclose whether comments are, theirs personally, or if they're representing the full board of directors, and that would be a good standard practice moving forward. And just a friendly reminder as well that on numerous occasions, our community and the members have voiced to LPA that in addition to renewable energy, which of course is very important, that making sure that energy is local is equally, if not more important in terms of supporting our economy, creating jobs. And so that I would ask that the full board, when talking about Tri-State's renewable energy portfolio, that we remember that when we, create energy locally, we can create jobs, help our economy, build resiliency. And I think that's a really important piece to how we move forward as an energy cooperative. My second comment is around the PUC recommended decision by the administrative law judge, Robert Garvey, that I'm sure will be a topic of conversation today, dated July 10th. And I really see that as a victory for LPA. And for those that haven't had an opportunity to read all 58 pages, I was just going to kind of call out two pieces. One is that, the judge did say that refusal by Tri-State to provide an exit charge to LPA was unjust and unreasonable. And then the second order was that Tri-State's refusal to provide an exit charge to LPA was discriminatory. Furthermore, on page 45, section 200, I quote, and again, since it's 58 pages, just pulled out the two most important pieces. The judge says, it's important that members who wish to seek alternatives can easily access the pros and cons of maintaining membership. The evidence presented in this proceeding and the reason this proceeding was filed makes it clear that Tri-State is not overly concerned with addressing the concerns of its members. An exit charge methodology requiring 30-year forecasts left in the hands of Tri-State is the worst possible solution if the goal is a just and reasonable exit fee. So I just wanted to point out, since I think this will be a topic for the board today, that I would really question why LPA would stay with Tri-State. The relationship obviously is not respected by Tri-State. An administrative law judge has said that. And so I would just question why we would choose to continue staying with Tri-State. I would ask the LPA board to remember its fiduciary duties to us, the members, as opposed to its duties to Tri-State. And that remembering from a financial standpoint that immediately upon leaving Tri-State, we start saving money. And it is my understanding that basically the cost at this point to exit Tri-State versus a partial contract is very similar. So by leaving Tri-State, we are able to kind of determine our own destiny and have the power to determine our local renewable energy future and create that local energy here that will bring financial stability into LPA. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I really appreciate the leadership of this board and the extraordinary work that you and the staff are doing. I applaud you every day, and when I read this administrative law judge order and recommended decision, I was really excited for LPA and its members. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monique. That was a nice statement. I think we've got Marty up next. So Drew, could you put him on? Marty Poole.
Got it. Go ahead, Marty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Marty, identify yourself and where you live.
All right, my name is Marty Poole, and today I'm commenting just as a LPEA member in District 1 in the city of Durango. And I just wanted to comment. I've been thinking a lot about where LPEA is at in this time of change, and what change means in an industry such as electric and power generation and supply to community members. And I just want to say that I've read a lot of decisions over the years that have been based on historical truths. Whether that's about base load and coal energy being able to provide base load power, or how infrastructures are created and the cost of infrastructure. And I just want to implore the board to keep in mind that we are in a time of incredible technological change, changes that are affecting costs and abilities to deliver power and manage energy and power in ways that are changing by the year, if not even faster than that. And so just to remind the board that you are making decisions around technology, that you have to be nimble and future oriented. We can't be referring to things that happened 10 years ago. Those are completely irrelevant. And so, our ability to act nimbly, our ability to act locally and independently, I think is absolutely paramount, because being locked into contracts that are, decades long is just absurd. If I had a Blockbuster contract, if I had a 30-year Blockbuster membership, I'd be kicking myself right now, because Blockbuster put all their eggs in the wrong basket in retail, and they're bankrupt now, whereas Netflix is worth billions and billions of dollars. So I'm not going to sign a 30-year Blockbuster membership. That's absurd. And so I'm excited to hear about all of the future-oriented, nimble, local decision-making that the board is making. And I just implore the board to continue having that future-oriented mindset. And I think that's going to be best for our members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty. Appreciate that. Drew, it looks as if Kyle Amstetter is up next.
Okay, go ahead, Kyle.
Kyle, if you would unmute and give us your name and which LPA district you're in, we would appreciate it. Kyle is not seeming to be able, oh, there it goes, unmute. Go ahead, Kyle. We're not hearing you, Kyle. All right, we will go ahead at this time as Kyle tries to figure out what's up to Philip Rife. I'm not sure the name. So Drew, would you put him up now?
Hi, I'm Philip Rife. I live out in Hesperus. I'd like to thank the board for all the hard work it has done to find the best way forward for LPEA. I agree with Monique, took a lot of my points, so I'm not going to repeat them. I would just like to say that I think Tri-State has acted in really bad faith in its resistance to even giving us a number for an exit charge. And at this point, from what we know, I support a full buyout of our contract. I think it would be best for LPEA and for our community in the long run. So I'll keep this brief and stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Kyle, are you able to speak yet? We're not hearing you. So Drew, if you would go on to the next person on our list, who looks to be Gwen Unger, our former board member.
Okay.
Gwen?
Thank you. I'm Gwen Unger. I live in Forest Lakes. There's obviously, Monique said some of the things that I would also say. And one of the biggest things obviously is the amount of money that the hundreds of millions of dollars that we would save our members in a full buyout. But there's another thing I think that's equally important. And I know Britt has mentioned this a number of times, and other board members, which is essentially the freedom to be out from under Tri-State's control. If we in fact do a full buyout, and I'm using the universal we here, the members, the staff and the employees and the board, Tri-State would no longer be able to tell us who we have to buy our energy from. And Tri-State wouldn't be able to tell us how much we have to pay for that energy. And Tri-State wouldn't be able to tell us how much solar we can have. These are all things that Tri-State has controlled in the past. Tri-State wouldn't be able to tell us how much local generation we can do. That would be up to us. Tri-State couldn't tell us whether or not we can have batteries. Again, something that Tri-State has tried to control over the years. And so I think that the ability for us, we the members, we the board, we the employees, to run our own co-op the way that we think it should be run with local control is a really big deal. And so for people who value freedom, we're asking for freedom to run our business instead of Tri-State telling us how to do it. People who believe in liberty, it's the same thing. People who believe that we should be individually responsible for our actions, again, this full buyout would allow us to do that. So I think that there's not only the money that we would save, but the ability to buy clean energy and local energy and so on is extremely important. On a slightly different subject, I was a big proponent of the three-pronged strategy when that first got started. I'm concerned a little bit that maybe we think we have to continue with that strategy, even though some of the prongs may not be at all attractive from what we've determined. And so, for instance, at this point, the partial buyout doesn't look good at all. I mean, we had the meeting of the Finance and Audit Committee where we looked at what it would cost to do a 50% buyout, and the amount's not that much different than a full buyout. So why in the world would you do a partial buyout? So I think that the board ought to think about how long to carry on that three-pronged strategy. And it seems to me that once the commission actually rules on the full buyout amount, that the other two prongs besides full buyout ought to get a lot less attention, and we ought to really concentrate on the best way to make that happen. So, and I also, again, would like to thank the board. I worked with a bunch of you for a long time, and I know, you know, everybody's trying to do the absolute best that they can for the co-op, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate the work that Jessica has done and the rest of the staff members. So thank you for that, and let's have a great meeting. Thanks.
Okay, Gwen, thank you much. I appreciate that. It looks as if Gail Harris is up next. So Drew, could you put her on?
Okay, go ahead, Gail.
Okay, this is my first. I'm Gail Harris, and I live in Durango, Colorado, and I'm a residential and commercial member, and this is my first opportunity to talk via Zoom with all of you.
Welcome.
I would like to say thank you very much for serving on the board. I appreciate all the hard work that you do, and I know it's oftentimes a thankless job, but somebody has to do it, and I'm glad you're all there doing it. And I also want to say thank you for how you did the rate increase. I haven't gotten my first bill yet, so maybe I won't be saying thank you quite so much, but I thought it showed good thinking on behalf of both the staff and the board on how it was done so that it would benefit all of the members. I know it's hard to say it benefits all the members when you're increasing rates, but I think that it does benefit all the members by how it was implemented. And I appreciate long-term planning, and I think it showed long-term planning. With respect to the buyout and Tri-State, we've heard a lot about that, and I am very unhappy with Tri-State. I'm unhappy that they just didn't come up with a plan or a number, or this is how much it will cost to do a buyout. So what happened? Tri-State spent oodles of money on lawyers. LPEA had to spend oodles of money on lawyers. I'm a lawyer. The lawyers won. Tri-State didn't help. You know, us members are the ones who have to pay. And that upsets me. I don't think Tri-State is looking out for our interests. And I wish they had been. It should be a business decision. Give us the amount, let's look at what the benefits we get, and then let's go forward. I'm very happy that now we'll be able to go forward and make a business decision and have the information that we need. It certainly seems like it will help us to do a buyout, but we'll just do, I mean, it's a business decision. I thought it was very interesting. I don't know if any of you listen to NPR, but they have a little piece on there called the Yale Climate Connections. And just a few days ago, they talked about communities in Iowa, and they were moving towards 100% energy independence. And the driving force on that was economics. They wanted to help the local economy bring in jobs with renewable energy and solar, and also helping low-income people by helping them do energy efficiencies within their homes. And so I thought that was just great. I mean, here's Iowa, and they're going ahead and doing this, and I think we should use that as a model. And then I have a question for you, Shay, and that is, our board, and I have not looked at all of our bylaws to see this, but are they governed, our board members governed by rules of ethics? I think it's very important that our board members make sure that they put out accurate information to all of the LPA members. Do we have requirements for that? And can you show them, direct me to where I should look?
Shay,
And-
are you available? Go ahead and answer.
Okay, and I was going to say typically I would look to the president to confirm if I can respond during member comment. Is it okay to go ahead and to respond directly?
Yes, it's specifically about policies and
Sure.
our ethics policy.
So the LPA is governed by a couple of different documents. They're all on the LPA website. And if you go to the LPA website and About Us, there's a policies and regulations place where those governing documents are located. Specifically, we are governed by the bylaws and articles of incorporation. There is not a specific board of director ethics provision in either of those documents, but the directors are, of course, governed by the standard corporate rules, such as complying with their fiduciary duties, and those ideas are incorporated in those areas. The LPA policies are where you're going to be looking for board of director duties and that sort of thing. And there is a policy 129, that addresses the code of ethics. And so if you want to look to policy 129, there's discussion about what the board members are bound by, both from a statutory standpoint in the because we are a corporation, and then also just the more general ideas of how the board wishes to be governed based on that policy.
Thank you.
Okay, Gail, anything else?
Nope, nothing further. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we appreciate your comments. And regarding the code of ethics, that is something that we've addressed looked at that policy pretty much every year. It's always difficult to allow directors their freedom of speech, and they can do that on their own, in their own forums and in their own ways. However, on LPA's own official websites and LPA's own official documents and publications, they don't have that same freedom, because all those have to be the voice of the co-op. So we've always tried to make that as distinguished part. And as well as has already been mentioned, and particularly again for the new directors who are getting their hands around all this, whenever a director does choose to speak in public with their own voice, they have to let it be known that that's what they're doing, and make it clear that they're not speaking for LPA. And everybody's going to stumble on this from time to time, as Sue just recently did and was pointed out, but I'm sure going forward we'll all do a better job with this. So appreciate that. Okay, next up from the public speaking is Lori Costello. So Drew, if you could bring her up, and then after that we'll try Kyle again.
Hey, go ahead, Lori.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Lori.
Hi, Lori Costello. Nice to see you again. I'm mostly just going to echo previous speakers' comments. I'm glad I came at this point.
And Lori, whereabouts do you live and what district are you in?
I'm District 1. I'm not currently in Durango, but that's my residence.
Okay, thank you.
So, sorry, downtown, I'm District 3.
Yes.
Sorry, District 3, your district. So I was thrilled to read about the PUC ruling and hoping that we can get a number and investigate a full buyout. And as you all know, as a physician, I've been mostly concerned about health effects of fossil fuel extraction and the use of coal and the health effects of that, which haven't been a top priority for Tri-State. And in fact, several of you remember a meeting a few years ago when I asked specifically the Tri-State rep who was at that meeting at LPEA whether he was concerned about the increased childhood health risks of coal. And he said, no, I'm not paid to be concerned about that. And I asked him about it afterward, and he said his directors hadn't directed him to care about health effects of coal. And I will never recover from that statement. And so now as we go forward, I think the local control is going to be hugely important because we can pay attention to our health as well as other fiscal and other concerns about being more local and more renewable. I also echo what Gail asked about a code of ethics for directors. For me, the biggest concern is during elections and what candidates are allowed to say, or at the end of an election, whether people can call it a, I don't know, a false election because somebody acted inappropriately in their campaigning. And I haven't seen that we've had any good standards to hold people accountable to. So I would like to investigate with Gail what exactly the ethics policies include, and if we could maybe make them a little bit more robust so that they might be more applicable to the campaign process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Drew, I noticed that Kyle Amstetter has also made a phone connection now. Maybe that would work for him better. So if you can put that on, let's try that.
Okay, this is Kyle. Can you hear me?
Yes, Kyle, we can. Please tell us.
Okay. Great. So sorry about the earlier connection problems. I hope the broadband committee continues to push forward. I'm connected via satellite. So I'm calling from District 4 as an individual member, and I want to thank the board for all of the work that's gone into looking at exit options from Tri-State. I think this is really exciting. The ruling that we got from PUC seems to hold everything that we had hoped it to hold, and you know, it looks like from what we can see now, the full buyout makes most sense compared to the partial buyout. And, you know, unless something gets overturned, it seems like that would be the clear route to go. It makes me really excited. I think that we could kind of, you know, be in charge of our own energy destiny and make decisions affecting our local community. And determine our energy mix, how we're going to deal not only with how we generate energy, but how we deliver that, and what type of resiliency we want to plan for. You know, I think we all know the electric grid is going to be much more complicated moving forward with fleet vehicle charging, EVs coming out onto the market, and so you know, there's a lot of the freedom to be able to plan and develop our own grid to maximize, you know, to maximize the amount of renewables that are able to penetrate into our grid. I think is very important. So also during this process and the ERP process, Tri-State really showed their true colors. You know, the judge specifically called them out for not acting in their members' best interest, which I thought was an astounding statement coming from the judge. And then during the ERP process, they're holding information as classified and not releasing that to the public, where an investor-owned generator, Excel, had made that same information public. So, you know, that to me is also astounding that Tri-State's holding this information private, where from its own from its own members. So anyway, it seems clear that it's not a good partner for us, and looks like we're going to be able to get the exit that we want. Really hope that the board will move forward with that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kyle. It's good to hear from somebody in District 1 for sure. We've got Ruth Weinfeld next.
Okay, go ahead, Ruth.
Oh, hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Weinfeld. I live in Edgemont Range, a district that used to be represented by Mr. Gwen Unger. So I'd like to thank him very much for his efforts in moving to 100% renewables as soon as possible. And I would like to reiterate my interest in pursuing alternatives to tri-state so that we can continue to reduce CO2 emissions faster, save money, and also to move to 100% renewables as soon as possible. As a member of the legal community in a civil law country, I understand that contracts ought to be honored, of course, pacta sunt servanda, right? However, when circumstances change and the bargaining positions of the contracting parties are no longer the same, the contracts ought to be revised. This is very simple introductory legal theory. So if the cost of renewable energy has been reduced so much, why is it that Tri-State refuses to transfer those savings to us, members of this co-op? That's the reason why I believe we have to move in a very aggressive fashion to a full buyout, because we could be saving so much more and helping our planet so much more. Thank you again for listening to what I have to say. I'm a relatively newcomer to the Durango area, so I'm still working to catch up, but I'm getting there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ruth, and welcome to our area. We appreciate you reaching out to interact with us. Mark Pearson is up on the list next.
Okay, go ahead, Mark.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we have. So go ahead and
So I'm Mark Pearson. I'm the Director of Salem Systems Lines. I'm a member in District 4 in Durango Hills, and appreciate the opportunity to make a couple of comments. I wanted to talk about one of the other Public Utility Commission processes that's ongoing right now, and that's the requirement for Tri-State to create an electric resource plan that is reviewed and approved by the PUC. That's a statutory requirement in Colorado that all wholesale electric providers have to explain how they're going to generate their electricity over the next coming years, and demonstrate that they have a good plan in place for meeting the needs of their customers. And I think as Kyle briefly mentioned, there's Tri-State, as I'm afraid is typically their pattern, is they're trying to withhold as much information as possible from the public. They filed a request for extraordinary protection from the Public Utilities Commission to withhold as much information as possible from the public. That's being discussed today by the PUC. One of the examples here, for example, there's one of the things that utilities typically provide to FERC is information about plant fuel costs, production expenses, the heat content, maintenance costs of like their coal-fired steam electric generating plant facilities. And for example, Excel fills out their form, and there's 42 lines that are filled out, and Tri-State fills out the same form, and there's only 4 lines of information included. So Tri-State is shielding at least 90% of the information from the public that is routinely provided by other utilities. And I think it's just an unfortunate example again of sort of the bunker mindset that Tri-State is in, where they don't want to be very forthcoming to the member cooperatives that they claim to represent. So I don't know if LPEA is tracking the electric resource planning process at the PUC, but it might be useful to pay attention to that. And one of the things that Tri-State will be probably discussing there is their responsible energy plan and their ideas for further solar and wind, which are certainly good things on their system, but it would be good to get down into the details of some of that, because when they rolled out their press release earlier this year about that, they touted a big 100 megawatt solar facility that would be built in La Plata County, and it sounds like from talking with people involved with that is not at all going to happen in La Plata County. And from Tri-State's perspective, it doesn't really matter if they put 100 megawatts here or 100 megawatts over in eastern Colorado. It all is the same thing to their system. But for us locally, I think we'd like to see the benefits of solar energy built here, owned by local members, and able to have that economic benefit. I mean, Tri-State has contracted with the German company Juwi, Juwi, and their American headquarters are in Boulder. So, that's not really particularly any economic benefit to those of us here in Southwest Colorado, even if they did pursue an actual project here, which that Coyote Gulch project has collapsed and apparently is not going to happen. So anyway, those are just a few of my concerns about PUC and Tri-State and the relationship there about making information available to all of us so we can gauge, what's the best course of action for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I do remember that when we had the opportunity to visit the PUC long ago, before we had filed a case at this level, the ERP or the PUC commissioners did ask us to follow the ERP and be involved in that. Obviously, we've been so busy and sidetracked so many things, I haven't followed it as closely as I might like, so I appreciate that. But I wanted to ask Jessica and have her respond on that if we've had staff time to follow that and be involved in that.
Yeah, that's correct. We actually are following the ERP, so it's a good question, Mark. And we have filed an intervention with other cooperatives in the state of Colorado. So most of the co-ops are intervening to make sure that we have our interests heard at the Colorado PUC on Tri-State's electric resource plan. So we are following it.
Okay, that's good news. Alyssa Ray would be up next. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Lissa.
And you need to unmute, Alyssa, if you haven't. Okay.
Okay, it wouldn't let me unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you now. Go ahead.
Okay, I live in Durango, longtime member of LPEA, and I would just like to ditto much of what has been said today. Monique, Marty, particularly Gail, yes. I would like to start locally, I guess, on my comments and move globally. First of all, I remember a time in which the board voted that a director could not attend a meeting virtually. Yet here we are. Every one of you is attending virtually. Times are changing, and I believe that your decision to file with the PUC and the judge's comments are quite timely. I think the board members have really done a good job at researching our alternatives, and I think that we have no choice but to pursue the buyout at this point. I would also like to say that this pandemic, I think, is probably a preview to what we will see in the future as far as climate disaster goes. We have been quite unprepared for the pandemic, and at this point we are quite prepared for the climate disruption that's to come. And one of the steps that we can take is to become locally resilient. And that means not only energy-wise, but in many other ways. And I think we can probably see that at this point. So I would like for you to keep that in mind. One other comment that I've made before is I feel that Colorado Country Life is a tool of propaganda, and I would like for the board to consider giving the members an option to only opt in to that publication if they choose to receive it, and everyone else would be opted out. It's a waste of money as far as I'm concerned, and a tool of propaganda, something that hasn't been brought up today. Otherwise, keep doing a good job, board and staff. I think you're great.
Okay, Lisa, we appreciate the comments. And regarding Colorado Country Life, I'm going to ask Hillary to speak what's the current status of how we're approaching that and what we're doing. I think, Lisa, you may have missed something that we did that you will like to hear. Go ahead, Hillary.
Again, another very timely comment. When I started, I was looking into all of the communication channels as well as all of the metrics for those communication channels and our consumer member preferences as far as how they like to be communicated with. I took a proposal to the board last month with 3 different options about how we continue to communicate regularly with our community. And my suggested proposal was that we discontinue Colorado Country Life for a variety of reasons, cost, content control, some of the things that you mentioned, and instead opt to do a LPEA produced in-house newsletter that goes out together with the bills in conjunction with the e-newsletter that we started in April. That option will save LPEA $110,000 per year. And there was a robust discussion around that. We recognize that many of our members really do appreciate and enjoy that publication. So it wasn't a decision that the board took lightly, but in the end, the board moved to discontinue Colorado Country Life. We are mandated to give them a 4-month notice of that discontinuation. So October will be our last Colorado Country Life edition. And after that, we will be replacing it with newsletters in your bills and e-newsletters in your inbox.
Okay, and to add to that is it's, you might say, a trial period. We're going to look at this in about a year and see if what we're doing is satisfactory. And if not, we may elect to go back to Colorado Country Life. So it's in a sense a test period of doing this. So thank you so much, Hillary, for that. Now Karen Pontius is up, so Drew, if you could get her going.
Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Hi, my name is Karen Pontius. I live in Durango, District 3, and I am just so heartened by the amount of great comments we're having. It took all my talking points, so I want to thank Monique for talking in depth about all the things she talked about, and also being local focused. And then Marty Poole came and said we need to act nimbly and locally. And those 2 words for me are really, I guess it encompasses everything I want to see happening going forward. Because if we're not nimble, we're not tied to tri-state, then we can be nimble and be more resilient. And being able to have local generation of electricity would be awesome in this very, very sunny state. So there's no reason why we can't do more solar. And what Mark Pearson said about the 100 megawatt plant not happening, it's very depressing, but you know, once we start getting out of the tri-state contract, and I have faith that will happen, we'll get more local generation. So let's see, what else? Gwen was mentioning how all the benefits of getting out of the contract. We would have no limit on local generation like we do now. And being able to look into batteries is just so necessary. Right now, all we have is tri-state. If the grid goes down, I don't think they have any backup to that. So we're kind of on a national security level, we're vulnerable. Let's see what else. Gail was mentioning the legal challenge, and so a lot of money is going out the door just for lawyers. And I agree it's necessary to fight this, but I believe that our board is doing the right thing in continuing looking at the buyout. Lori Costello talked about the health effects, and you know, we've been talking about money, and that's very important. But the part that Lori brought in, talking about health effects, should be like #1 on our list, and then the #2 would be the environment that Lissa brought up. All the global environment is now looking at the effects from the pandemic. We're now seeing such wonderful effects of not having cars all over the roads. And I'm originally from Los Angeles, so I can tell you it's a big change. And so I don't think we really want to go backwards, although we will for a while. So I'm thanking the board for the priorities. And it's good news about Colorado Country Life. I mean, they print like 2 little letters to the editor, and they're all about nice things, but we do not need that publication. So thank you very much, Hillary, for your work. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Karen. Now we've got Kirby McLaurin up. So Drew, if you could put him on.
Go ahead, Kirby.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we've got you.
Okay, thanks. My name's Kirby McLaurin. I live here in District 3 with Karen Pontius, as it happens. I'd like to thank the board for your hard work and your great service. I know this is a hard job. And thanks so much for going forward to find cheaper and cleaner energy. You know, it's definitely in co-op members' best interest that we be able to access the incredibly cheap energy on the open market. There's no reason for us to keep paying such high prices, 20 to 30% above the open market. I'm really excited by the PUC ruling, and the way it's written does seem to verify that Tri-State has not been a straight playing partner. And we've known this, as it's been well described by Mark Pearson. Monique mentioned that. I'd like to echo their 2 thoughts, Gwen's too, and Gail's. So I'll try not to repeat what they're saying. I'm excited where the PUC ruling could lead. It could potentially provide opportunities for folks with property that's unproductive to create an ongoing source of income by selling solar electricity to LPEA. We'll have to access that electricity somewhere if we do build locally. I can picture our territory as a proud owner of its own electricity generating industry. And Karen just mentioned the other benefits of diversifying our grid with local generation and being more resilient reference power outages from a primary supplier. Monique mentioned the local jobs and support for our economy. That's all the more vital in this pandemic and as oil and gas revenues drop. So this could help replace that. What Gail brought up about ethics, I think is particularly important. I'd hope the board acts beyond current regulations to ensure that co-op members are protected from misstatements and misrepresentations by candidates in election campaigns or by directors even if they disavow speaking for the board. I think ethics standards should create a requirement by the board to respond to, maybe even discipline such candidates or directors. At the very least, to clarify the record for co-op members. I know LPEA has tried to do this. This spring, we saw statements made that were demonstrably untrue, resulting in an unfair victory. I feel that co-op members were thereby disenfranchised of their democratic and ownership rights. And since we're member-owned and controlled, it's vital that we defend our in-house democracy and maintain a standard of honesty. Because, you know, with all this decision-making that we have in front of us, what course to take, we really need to be united behind the facts as we move forward into this challenging and opportunity-laden new technology future. So I pose it as a question: how can the board effectively protect members from being misled in real time during a campaign so that they get to vote based on the actual facts? I'd also like to thank the board for having the foresight to create the resiliency fund by withholding payout of capital credits. I note in the public board packet that there are 1,400 accounts in arrears for almost $250,000, which is far higher than usual, 180,000 higher than usual. And I understand that the resiliency fund allows the board to delay collection of member accounts for folks who have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. So thank you for thinking ahead. You know, obviously we weren't able to foresee the pandemic, but your, you know, wise actions are really making life much easier for co-op members. Thanks so much. That's all.
Okay, Kirby, appreciate the comments. And that's going to end our public comment section today. We got it down before 10, more comments than usual, but they were very good. Now I'll give the directors a chance if they've got anything they'd like to say regarding that. I see Kirsten's got her hand up. So Kirsten, if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I actually put my hand up back when Ruth was talking. I had a little trouble hearing. She was talking about contracting parties, when contracting parties are no longer the same, the contract is no longer the same. And I thought it was going on a good point, and then I really stopped being able to hear her. I don't know if Ruth is still on, but I would love to hear her thought again about that, because it was a different tax than I heard from a lot of folks. Can we hear that again?
I noticed that as well. Ruth, are you available to speak again to why you thought that we can address the contract in the way that we have, in a sense, looking to end that contract from your legal perspective? So Ruth, could you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you.
Thank you so very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. I grew up in law school from 16 to 21, and a very elementary legal principle states that all contracts have to be honored. However, when the circumstances surrounding the negotiating of that contract by the parties change, the contract is no longer enforceable because it is unconscionable to enforce and force them upon the parties when they are no longer under the same circumstances under which they were when they negotiated that contract. Therefore, this contract with Tri-State is unconscionable, even from a legal standpoint, not to mention an ethical standpoint, because we are here to protect our planet. We are not here just to save money. We are here to diminish CO2 emissions and to save our planet for future generations. Thank you so much, and I hope that I clarified your point or your question.
Okay. Kirsten, anything else on that? All right, we're going to go on then. Thank you very much, Ruth, for speaking on that. It's interesting thoughts. Let's go on with the regular meeting.
Hey, Britt, this is Jack. I had my hand up, I thought, but that's all right. I just want, Kyle had put something in the chat room that I think is worth following up on. First, he wanted to clarify that I'm in District 4, that Kyle's in District 4, and then he also says that he wants to recognize Jessica and her team for keeping the lights on during the COVID pandemic. So I thought that was worth mentioning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, appreciate that. I got that confused, I guess, too. All right. I don't see any other hands up, so we will go on with the rest of the agenda now. Oh, Sue McWilliams has a comment that she'd like to make before we do that. So Sue, if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to make a point to some of the comments that were made about the renewable energy locally, because at the June FAC meeting, Finance and Audit Committee meeting, it was mentioned that if LPEA does build a solar facility, it may actually be in the San Luis Valley, excuse me, San Luis Valley, and not here in La Plata's territory. So I think it's important, going back to getting accurate information out to our members, that they know that that may be a possibility and that it may not be local at all, period.
Sue, I guess I would be surprised if LPA would be directly responsible for building solar outside of our district area. I don't recall that exact conversation, how that came about, but the comment does surprise me.
It was part of the discussion when we were talking about a partial buyout of Tri-State, and it was discussed that that facility might be built in the San Luis Valley.
And that you mentioned was at the Financial Committee meeting.
That's correct, in June.
All right. We'll let that go then at the moment. And Kirsten, if you'd like to then comment.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the people who had their districts mixed up were both wanting to be in District 1, which is the best district. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I think Kyle needs to move then. You can talk to him about that. Okay. Let's go on then. The next item on the agenda is the consent board items. That includes the approval of the board minutes, accepting the new member list, which is pretty long this month, probably because a lot of, I guess, might be doing college people coming here, if they can attend in person or not, I don't know. And capital credit payments to estates and our monthly write-offs. I would like a motion to approve the consent board items and then a discussion, particularly if there are changes to the board minutes needed. Would somebody make that motion?
So made by Kohler.
Kohler has moved to approve the consent board items. Is there a second?
Second by Holly.
Holly has seconded that. Now, is there any discussion of these? If you would raise your hand, Kohler, go ahead.
Yes, I have just two small, very minor things with the minutes. The minutes were very clean, thank you. And one of the comments is, I think I'd like to see the page numbers put back on it. This one does not have page numbers. So it makes it a little hard to reference it. Let me see where the other comment is. Let me get the page. So on the fourth page, under the location of the annual meeting in 2021, in the end of the second sentence, beginning with a third sentence, it says events for the remainder of the year. To me, that's just a little bit foggy. I would just like us to say the end of the 2020 year, because we're bouncing back and forth between dates. If we don't want to change it, that's fine. It's not a big deal. It just kind of caught me. That's all I have for changes on the minutes. Thank you.
All right, that's change seems adequate to me. Karis, did you catch that?
I did, thank you.
All right. Let's see. Joe, go ahead. Joe Lewandowski, unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, in the minutes, and I'm sorry I didn't notice this months ago, but I think the full vote should be recorded for and against. Right now, the only thing that's recorded, it says motion passed, and then it lists those who voted against the motion. And that just seems low. I've never seen that done in any sort of a public report on meetings or any meetings I've participated in. So anyway, I'd just like to see that change.
Well, Joe, let me see, I'm looking at our minutes as well. I see, like, for instance, consideration of communication tools, motion carried 8-3, and then it gives the 3 directors who didn't vote for it. Wouldn't one know who all voted for it if you knew the directors that didn't?
Well, if our minutes are public, I don't think everyone out there knows the names of all their LPEA directors. And I don't think it's that difficult to add, add the names and how the vote was. I'm on the City Planning Commission, and in our minutes, we say who voted for and against. City Council does the same thing, and other places I've lived do the same thing. So I just think it's kind of a matter of equity that everyone's vote is shown publicly. Again, public facing is what we're trying to be, and being transparent.
Okay, I guess that goes back to one of the problems with a large board is there's quite a few names each time. The names of the directors are always listed and who's actually at the meeting at the beginning of the minutes as well. I think we'll take what you've said under advisement, and we may need to discuss it further at some time, but I'm hesitant at this time to totally agree with you and direct Karis to start doing that. Does any other directors have any comment on this, or is it something we should put for further discussion at some other time? Okay. Well, Joe, I appreciate the comment. I'm not going to order it done at this time.
Tim has his hand up.
Hey, Britt, I mean, we have discussed this in the past. I thought we had discussed it at one point when Joe was here, but maybe not. And Shay had provided opinions about that and the way we did things. And it's practice. It's not like we haven't discussed that before. And I think your reasons are sound. And in any event, we could come back to that, like you said, but it's not that we haven't had that discussion before. So.
And Tim, are you then implying that you're in favor of us doing that?
I'm in favor of what we're doing presently.
Okay. Okay, so we will let that sit for the moment then. All right. Any more discussion on this motion to improve the consent items? All those in favor of approving the consent board items, would you please unmute and say aye at this time?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, would you please unmute and say nay? Okay, the consent board items are passed. Let's go on to the CEO report and the division dashboards. And in my board packet, I see the division dashboards starting on board packet page 17 of 152. So Hillary, if you would start this conversation.
Is it me or Jessica?
Jessica could start it. Yeah, your communication.
Did I get a promotion?
It's all you.
No way. No way. Go ahead, Jessica.
Thank you. No, but honestly, a lot of the kudos goes to Hillary's group and Nadine. So you'll see that Hillary's team members put together a new visual dashboard. So pretty exciting. It's very simple, but we're hoping that just is easier to read, and we'll be adding more items to it. But this is pretty much what we anticipate this will look like going on further. So just going through, I don't need to, I think, the expectations that the board's already looked at this, so I'm not going to go into detail because I know we have a lot of issues to talk about today. On the first dashboard on page, it looks like 19, which is page 3 of our dashboard, green status for all but one, and the yellow is for average critical system uptime. And we can get into that a little bit more, but we did have a lot of storms and lightning strikes this past month, which caused a lot of the outages. I'm reading the logs every day from Jerry and Garrett's crews. And again, most of the outages we're having are from pole accidents, car pole accidents, lightning strikes right now, and squirrels. Squirrels and birds are huge right now. In fact, I think over the weekend, I kept seeing bird, bird, bird. And so my mom would not be proud of me because she's a huge birder. So we're making sure that we're putting out bird protection measures on the poles, and Jerry and Garrett's already done a great job doing that. So we'll just keep investigating those areas. And the dual benefit of that is that it also is fire mitigation. So anytime we do bird protection measures, it also helps us prevent against fires, because a lot of those birds, when they get strike, they catch on fire, and then the sparks could hit the ground, which is unfortunate. So we'll make sure that we continue to look at that. And Jerry's already put that on his list, and Garrett as a high priority. I think that the most people know on the strategic goal, which is our carbon goal, we have added that resolution every time. So I know that it's redundant. And this is on the next page, page 4 of our dashboard. But we thought it was a good framework for us as staff to report on each of the 3 prongs. And as we got last week input from the board, we are doing that exactly according to how you all passed the resolution. So just giving an update to folks that, you know, we are still working with Tri-State very actively on how we can stay with Tri-State if they can give us more contract flexibility. Now that will not go indefinitely. Dan is actually down in Denver right now, all day today. He's going once a week for the next several weeks until August, the 1st of August. And that was a commitment that we made with Tri-State and a few other co-ops to try to see if we could create another pathway with Tri-State. So this is probably the 3rd meeting. I went down for the first meeting in Denver 2 weeks ago to meet with Dwayne and a few other CEOs, and we made that commitment. So that is where that information lies. Obviously, we already discussed the partial contract jointly with Tri-State. And then as you all saw, we had a decision from the PUC on Friday. And our attorney, Matt, will give more details, a public presentation to give an update to the public at 3 o'clock. And then we will go to executive session where he can talk in more detail. Otherwise, if you guys want to, I'll just open this up for questions if anyone has any. Or if Nikki wanted to bring up anything as well.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and start out. I noticed on page 19, you mentioned that the average critical system uptime had an exclamation point, and that was listed under information technology. So my reading of that was that had something to do with our internal computer systems rather than network outages. So clarify that for me.
Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Drew, did you want to mention that? That is right. When I look at critical system uptime, I'm thinking of Sadie and Safety and Katie, but you're correct. That's Drew's group.
Yep, those are metrics for all of our information technology. You're right. In particular, what brought our numbers down was a communications issue that we had out at our Arbalese site, which is one of our AMI collection sites. And it was down for a while. Fortunately, there's no financial or member impact with that unless it was to be down for a very long time. So that is actually one thing that we were kind of thinking about, because these are critical systems, but because there's no impact, should that really, should it be reflected with a yellow exclamation mark? And so that's one thing that we're kind of trying to think about a little bit as far as how to gauge those. So do you have any other specific questions on that?
Well, I think it is nice to have that flagged, even though for the attendees who don't see this right now, it's instead of being greater than 99.95, we're at 99.884. So it's still mostly everything is up. However, I think it is worthy of pointing out to the board when you do have some outages like that. It's nothing that's, as you say, potentially critical, although if there are, you would let us know. But I think it's a good metric. I'm going to go ahead now with other people's questions. Kirsten has her hand up. So Kirsten, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So on page 20, this is going to be the carbon footprint one. Thank you, Jessica, for going into more details about the trips to Denver. It was going to be one of my questions. I don't know if you can tell me what other co-ops we're meeting with. I didn't think so. Okay.
Sorry, Dwayne has asked that it's in settlement, so it's confidential who the other co-ops are.
Okay, thank you. And then concerning the no further action, as TS agreed with our assessment of what the numbers would result in if we took the partial contract. Now, of course, Tri-State did agree with those numbers before the ALG ruling came out. So I'm wondering if they might agree with a different set of numbers for the partial requirement. So we do have no further action and I'm not sure, my understanding from previous discussions is that if it made sense to try to negotiate a better deal because we got a good deal on from the ALJ, makes sense. Have we closed that door? Is that what this no further action means?
So that's a great question, Kirsten. I would put that in the context of we are still having those types of discussions with Tri-State, but that's really falling under the first leg, and it gets some of the legs get a little squishy, but we are talking about partial contracts with Tri-State still, but not in the context of what was decided in the contract committee. Does that help?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's still an option.
Okay, because what was decided in the contract, when you look at it from a money standpoint, really was pretty awful. So if you guys are looking at something different,
yes,
that might be more amenable to both parties or several parties, it sounds like.
That's right.
That sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, this is just kind of along a similar vein on page 20. Can you give any kind of high level sense of what exactly or what they're working on in Denver? Is it just trying to renegotiate terms, like monetary terms, or are these like whole different structures and ways of being together, or both and?
I can't go into detail because it's an active settlement legally. And I've signed documents that I can't divulge the details. So I would just generally say that everything's on the table right now, which is great. And they're re-examining some of the options we had brought to them previously, where they denied those options. And it also includes governance, Rachel, which we had brought up as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
Awesome. And are those things that we can discuss in executive session, or literally you're bound and it's black box to all of us for now?
You know, I'd have to go back and ask Dwayne what his preference is, because this is what his attorneys advised us in the meeting. And I'm thinking we can give parameters, but I can't go into details.
Okay. I think if that's at all possible to get more, I just know it seems like we're barreling towards some big decisions, and having as much info early on as possible so we can do some research and things, just so when big decisions come, we're well informed. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Tim, you're up next, so if you'd unmute and go ahead.
Thanks, Britt. So just as a point of clarification, in my copy of the board packet, the dashboard's in there twice. So I'm on page, I think it's 37, which talks about distribution utility of the future. And it mentions most of the uptick in approved kilowatt additions for distributed energy come from applications for large projects from the city of Durango, and lists a bunch of those. I don't know. if there's any kind of information you could share, is it the city's finally going to be doing some solar in the city of Durango and these applications? I mean, I'm not sure what application means. Does that mean they're going ahead or they're just inquiring or whatever? What is the status? I mean, it's a pretty significant amount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a great question. And Dominic is on to be able to answer those questions. So if Dominic can unmute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, Dominic, go ahead.
So is this specifically pertaining to the amount of solar? Or maybe you clarify the question, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I guess it's around a couple things. One is, what does an application mean? How firm is it? Is it an inquiry? Is it they've approved? We've approved? It seems like we've approved these or something. But I'm not quite sure where we are in that process. That's one thing. Yeah, and because it is such a large amount, I'm curious about the potential impact of that for both LPEA and the city.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and defer that one to Amanda. She's on to speak to the solar part here. So.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
We've been actively working with the city of Durango for over a year, looking at these different sites. All 10 of the ones that are listed have already gone through the engineering review process, and we have returned it back to the city, and they're in the process of moving forward and actually installing it. So they have been improved as a net metered, minus there's a couple tweaks we're waiting to get back their installers.
Okay, so where we are in the process is they are approved as far as LPEA is concerned to make these installations. And your understanding is that they are moving ahead to do so. Is that correct?
Correct. I think 3, but the rest are approved to be able to install.
All right. You broke up a little bit there.
Sorry.
I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Could you repeat, please, what you just said? Thank you.
So the 10 applications that we did receive, all but 3 are ready to go ahead and proceed with installation.
Excellent. And maybe this goes back to Dominic, or I'm not sure, but you know, the total value there says 985 kilowatt. That's that seems pretty, almost a megawatt, right? Significant. What does that do for like billings and things like that? Where do we see that? Does that have an impact on us?
So all of the requests are net metered requests. So that means that they're behind their meter. So it's based on their consumption and their load. So all of these buildings have significant load. So with our interconnection standards, they will work. They will be required, just like any other net metered, to put in our LPEA interconnection standards and have specific inverter settings. If there ever was a voltage issue, they would go through the process just like any other net meter. There could be some decreased production if there was voltage issues during that time of generation.
Okay. Do you have any idea what percentage of their total load as a city that might be?
I can get you those percentages. I have them per actual application, if Jessica would like me to proceed with that.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll put those together. Oh,
and maybe share them with the board. Sorry, I don't mean to step over you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That would be great. I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
I can do that.
All right, Amanda, it looks like you might be somebody else who's in line. Okay, go ahead, Tim.
About the dashboards. Again, on my page 39, cumulative electric vehicle sales, I just find it odd that the goal and the actual are equal throughout the entire curve. And I just sort of think that's a remarkable achievement.
I can speak to that. So you might notice we changed that from last month. This probably should have we called growth in EV sales, and it represents the sales of new EVs this year. We shifted the metric to enable kind of an apple to apples comparison between programs. And we're going to track this hopefully more relevantly to our ultimate goal using those kilowatt hours across everything. We're going to add heat pumps and ETS to this shortly. And then in the future, we're going to include all beneficial electrification programs in this format so that we can quantify their new sales based on local data. Right now it's tracking perfectly because that's actually derived. I use real charging data and information from the DMV to figure out month over month registrations, and then our data, which is the basically derived from people who enrolled in our network, being tracked from their chargers using the past 8 months from our initial enrollees and determining average monthly charge for our region based on that. So that's an extrapolation of those 2 points, but because this is the very first month, it really just represents kind of the math back to the start, and starting next month, you will almost certainly see some divergence there.
Okay, so let me clarify. This is not electric vehicle sales, it's the kilowatt hours that we sell to charge electric vehicles.
Yeah, it is the new kilowatt hours that we're accumulating from new electric vehicle sales. That's right.
And is that through our, how do you differentiate that? Is there a different meter on electric chargers?
No, this is extrapolated. So this is not a perfect number right now because it's based on the total number of electric vehicles in both of Archuleta and La Plata County. And then it's based on the charging data that we have from the enrollees in our program, which right now is about 18 of the, I want to say 170 or so electric vehicles in our territory. So we certainly don't have a sample size big enough to say 100%. We're also going to be adjusting that number as our data grows. As we get more and more enrollees in our program, we'll be seeing their actual charge data. So our kind of aggregate pool will grow, and we should see a more and more accurate projection on that as we go. And then we will also be able to track that to see if we're stacking up based on our own pool. Basically, if we're saying that we say for 200 electric vehicles, we should have X amount of kilowatt hours, and for our pool of 50, it does not pan out to that as 1 quarter. We will adjust accordingly as we go, and we'll also try to track to a projected goal for those, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for kilowatt hour sales for charging electric vehicles, that does make sense at this point.
And that will be the same for, the idea would be that would be the same for heat pumps, ETS, or any beneficial electrification, as long as we're adding new load that qualifies under the 3-term criteria of beneficial electrification. We'll portray that in a quantitative kilowatt hours format so that we can compare programs and see when we put this much investment into a program, what do we get out?
And would it be in 2 different graphs in that case, or multiple graphs?
Yeah, that's probably we will. We also, that's kind of up to the design team. I'm going to be supplying the data there. And if they think it's cleanest to do, a heating and cooling graph and an electric vehicle graph, which might very well be interesting to break those up versus a single graph that might also be interesting, showing all beneficial electrification, total load growth from that.
Well, just as my single director input, I would think it'd be better more than 1 graph. So that's just my opinion. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Thanks, Britt. I'm done.
Okay, Tim. Appreciate all the thoughts on the EV and the kilowatt hour sales stuff too, because I was wondering about that. That's great. Kohler, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. First, a comment. We do have 2 different copies of the dashboard. One is the revised. I would appreciate when you send out a revised one, if you could let us know what was revised. What I found was that just on the page 3, the key performance indicators, but I had to go through both packets to see if there was any other changes. And the notes that I made on the original one, I did before we got the revised one, and they don't carry forward. So it's a matter of bouncing back and forth. So I'd appreciate if you just let us know what changes when you revise it. So I have 2 other questions. One of them is on—
Kohler, do you mind if we respond to that? Because this is a continual problem that we're having, and it's an issue that we're trying to fix. But Nadine, did you, I believe an email did go out describing that that there was a change to the dashboard. So we did send out an email saying what was added. But what I understand is that they didn't want to take out the original slides because you guys do make notes. And if we removed the dashboard with your notes, then you would lose all your notes. This way it retains everybody's notes, but unfortunately it duplicates the dashboard with just the financials. So maybe there's a way that we don't duplicate and send a second dashboard, but we just send the finance pages, Nadine. And I'm not sure if that would work.
Yeah, let's look into that, because there are some months when the finances aren't going to be ready that Friday at noon, just because of where the days of the month fall. And so let's look into how to make that clearer so you can tell what the change is. But that's what the significant change was, is that we added the finance KPIs to that table, and we'll figure out maybe how to just send you an individual table for that.
And the way that this works for me, Nadine and Jessica, is whenever there's an addition or a change to the board packet, the entire board packet is refreshed, so that if I was to make any comments on the part that I had, gotten the entire packet before, I would have lost those. So that's the way it works for me. And Kohler, is that the same experience that you've had?
Not so much. I usually retain everything, and I absolutely apologize. I did not see that email that clarified what the changes were. I'm able to hold on to my changes if they just put the revised one in. That's okay.
Okay.
I have no problem with that. Keep in my notes. So shall I move on with the two questions I have, Britt?
Yes, please.
Okay, so it would be page 7 of the dashboard. And this is about the 80% the employees' attendance. And we saw an increase in that. And I think it was mentioned before that one of the reasons for the increase is because it's virtual now, easier for them to get to. So the question I have is, when we get back to the way we were in the past, will we continue to do these virtually? Because it looks like that's somewhat successful. And then my second question was on the next page. So it's page 8. And we had under the monthly safety report a close call. And it was mentioned in there that dispatch had a shift change in between original call and all the customers back in power. That was mentioned, but then it didn't go back and say if that had an effect on the issue at hand. It was just kind of mentioned in there. So I thought, oh, maybe it did have an effect. It just wasn't talked about. So those are my two questions, please.
Sure, and I'll address the first one on the safety. So we also made a policy change, Kohler, where attending safety meetings was voluntary. And I believe that safety should be mandatory. And so we've made them mandatory. And so that's why you've seen the numbers bump up, is because I've asked the supervisors and managers to really work with their teams to make sure they're watching these and getting training for that.
But aren't you also getting good results from having it virtual? Isn't that a positive?
Yes, I mean, if we did it, yes, virtual definitely helps because it's recorded and employees can watch it on their own time. We ask them to watch it, I believe, within 2 weeks. And so it does allow for example, dispatchers who may not be in the office for the safety meeting, when they're back in the office, they can watch the virtual meeting. So I would assume what we'll start doing is probably recording our safety meetings in person and then posting those for employees to watch if they couldn't attend it. And then that would increase the numbers. To your point. Yeah, good question. So the other one is the close call. And I can have Jerry bring that up, but from what I understand, we put that mention in there because we're always looking at continuous improvement opportunities. And this is one of those where just the change in shift, the communications between shift changes can always be improved. So that's why we put that in there. And Jerry is going to be working with the dispatchers to make sure that they fully are able to brief and debrief the dispatchers during shift changes to make sure that we have that full communication. Jerry, is there anything you wanted to add on that?
No, you hit it pretty well. Like during shift change, there's always a possibility of just information getting misinformed or a different way of interpretation of what happened. And I think that's what happened here. We did investigate the close call. There was miscommunication on many levels in dispatch and also in the field. And we used it as a learning experience for all of operations. We created a list of improvements and have since completed some classes, and hopefully, you know, in the future, we reduce that chance of miscommunication and reduce that chance of this ever happening again.
Thank you.
Okay, Kohler, that looks like it's it. Kirsten, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. On page 24, it's a term definition for me in that safety bit. The BIP, which is, I think, base interrupts program, but I'm not sure how it plays into this. What does BIP mean in this context? Do you mind me to read the whole thing for you?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch which page you're on. Are you on 24?
This is in the safety thing. Here you go. The dispatch had a shift change in between original call and all customers BIP.
Okay. Jerry, do you want to define that?
Back in power.
Back in power.
And let me chime in
Google
here. Kirsten, let me chime in real quick. Sorry. I do think that as part of communications for all of us, we'll have to make an attempt to expand a lot of these acronyms that it's unlikely we would know. Certainly some are obvious, but most of these things are pretty unusual. We don't see them regularly. And I'm sure when you guys talk among yourselves, this stuff is secondhand. And if not, you've also got to be cautious about making sure there's not acronyms that are misunderstood. So go ahead, Kirsten.
Super. And then I'm going to page 37 and 38. That's where we talked about the solar generation approvals and such. And let me get my question up here. So we doubled the approved KW for over last year, and I believe I heard this was in Durango. So that suggests to me that we have fewer constraints in closer in than we do on further out, because we were last year constrained on many things that we wanted to be able to prove, but we couldn't from an engineering standpoint. Am I correct in my understanding on that?
Correct. Last June, we updated our interconnection standards. And so there's new requirements that you have to put specific inverter settings within the system. This does allow for more penetration. However, if voltage, until voltage normalize again, and then it will go back up to full production. On our website under member services, the interconnection standard document is on there, and it lists all of those requirements.
Okay. So those interconnect standards have taken care of most of the things that we were not able to do in the past?
I wouldn't say most, but it does help. It definitely depends on certain areas. We still have some hosting capacity full areas where they're not gonna typically help.
Okay. And what are we looking at for in those areas so that we can get more widespread adoption?
Right now, our engineering team is doing a lot to change settings, or looking at changing settings, I guess. But there are some areas where we won't be able to because the penetration is so full. We have one that a member installed a lot and has taken up all the capacity, meaning that the generation to consumption load is not equal or even near equal. And so there's more generation than load to eat up that excess generation during prime solar times.
Okay. So some of it is penetration. I'm recalling that one from last year that you're talking about. As we look forward, I know there still are times we need to say no, and I'm interested in what kind of a review or something that takes place that says, yeah, we had to say no this time, but gosh, we've had 3 of these kinds of requests. If we only did X, Y, Z, it would be better. So I'd be interested in the kind of the non-approval process, the follow-up on when we can't say yes.
So anytime we don't necessarily give a hard no, there are other options, especially with battery storage coming on. So maybe we say during prime solar times, you can't export. However, a battery storage system would help with that. So they would collect that excess generation during prime solar times, and then they could discharge during off prime solar times. So in the evening or in the later afternoons when we're not seeing as much excess generation come onto our system.
So always trying to figure out how we can make it work. So with something like battery storage, this will be my last on this line. With something like battery storage, and you can't unload during peak time, is that a setting that we set that says, okay, this basically is shut down during peak time, or is that a trust and verify?
Kind of both. It wouldn't be a setting that La Plata Electric sets, but with today's technology, it's ever changing and increasing. Inverters today do have the capabilities to put in those parameters, so they can export during those specific times versus during prime solar time. We actually do have a couple of those applications on our grid, and they do export during, I think, 6 p.m. and then through the evening. So there is those capabilities.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. That's it for my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Kirsten. I want to have one quick follow-up on this, Amanda. When we were discussing inverter parameters before, there was discussion of we just use the fixed Colorado Rule 21 set, or we have our own set. How did that finally turn out?
So La Plata Electric actually has its own settings. You can select Rule 21. For most inverters, it will cover most of the parameters within that interconnection standard. Typically, the volt watt setting is off. And so that's one that the installer or member would have to go in and actually program themselves. So that parameter is on the interconnection standard document, and I can point it to you if needed, but we do have our own. Some like microinverters, if you select a setting, we actually have our own setting within there. It's La Plata Electric inverter settings. So if you were to have a SunPower microinverter, LPEA setting is actually built into the SunPower AC panels.
Oh, amazing. Now the installers had a little pushback about not using pure Colorado Rule 21. So are they fine with these new settings? Everything's going forward well, it sounds like.
To my knowledge, yes. We've gotten really good feedback in regards to they like that we've been able to open up the parameters to allow more systems to come on. The more systems we have with these specific settings, they'll work together on the grid, and now it allows for functionality between the inverters and the grid versus previous settings. If there was a voltage issue or some kind of issues, inverters would do a hard stop and completely shut off. Now with these specific settings, they decrease production until normalization comes back up with voltage, and then they resume full production. So it gives a lot more room for solar production.
Well, that's good news. Thank you, Amanda. We've got quite a few more questions, and we're still in the division dashboards. So I would like to go ahead and call a 10-minute break now. We'll make it an 8-minute break now, and then we'll go back to questions. So if everybody would take 8 minutes and come back at 10:50, I would appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Hey, Britt,
Yes.
I think it's California 21, not Colorado.
It is definitely California Rule 21, but I'm glad to see that Colorado has got the ability to implement that as well. Appreciate that. Thanks. Okay, we'll see everybody in 10:50. right. Let's see if we can get started again. I know that was a pretty quick break. Obviously, if you need to, you can get up and do what's necessary during the meeting. We do have a few additional questions. I see now in the queue that Kohler's hand is up ahead of the others. So Kohler, if you could unmute and go ahead.
I'm sorry, Britt, I forgot to put my hand down. I don't have further questions.
All right. Then it goes to Holly. Holly, if you could unmute and go ahead.
Great, thank you, sir. Fortunately, a lot of my questions have already been answered about the dashboards. I have a couple of observations and a couple of small questions. Let's see, first of all, on the executive report, Jessica, it says that Tri-State interviewed LPEA on our COVID response. Will that interview be forwarded to the board so that we could check it out when it's available?
Yes, they will let me know when it's posted and I'll send the link out.
Great, thank you. My next observation is here in Archuleta County, we have quite a few people. This is going to be on the operational excellence on page 22 of 145, well, 152, I guess, of the board packet. In Archuleta County, we have a very large number of folks who do not have internet access. So I just want to continue to keep them in mind. Digitization of our paper processes. I do understand how much we can save and trees we're going to save and all that stuff, but at all hours of the day, you can find people sitting down at our library trying to find internet access. So I just need to be mindful of our member owners who don't have that access. I'm also truly excited about the public facing board packet. Thank you for putting that together. When I pulled it up today, or last night, I'm not sure which it was, I was glad to see all of the reports for like Tri-State and Western United and whatnot. However, there was nothing specific to LPEA, anything about financials or dashboards or anything like that. And I think that that might be a great avenue and tool for which to highlight the things that are really going well or the challenges that we're facing, to if we could figure out some level of those particular pieces going forward into that public facing report. And then I am not sure if this would go into the executive report, distribution utility of the future, or committee reports, but I was curious if there is an update of the project proposal between Forecore, LPEA, and using the carbon fund to help finance energy.
Holly, you cut out at the end, so we didn't hear what you said.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I have volunteered to be on the broadband committee too, because I cut out all the time. So when that goes forward, I volunteer. My question was in regard to an update on the status of the LPEA Forecore proposal to use a carbon fund to help finance member owner energy improvements.
I'll be honest, I have not heard anything about that recently. I don't know if Amanda has any updates on that, or Dominic.
With COVID, it doesn't surprise me a whole lot, but I just wanted to see if there was any forward momentum on that. Thank you.
Dominic may have a comment on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lori from Forecore has been in touch on that, but that was right now it hasn't really moved forward at all. It's still in the discussion stage. I have yet to kind of hear back, but I think we're open to a discussion on that, and it's not really moving forward at this point, though. Dominic,
can you say what is it briefly?
It was an idea that I think it came from Forecore, and Holly can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was I received kind of a pitch from Forecore saying that they might be able to use this carbon fund to hypothetically fund local, ideally low income, mostly solar projects is the idea. Looking for another source of funding and trying to do probably community solar or a similar thing to the Socorro Senior Living Center using that funding.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'll
thank you.
speak a bit more to that, just because that was kind of in the works when I was on the board there. But it's based off of a really successful model that is happening in the Finger Lakes in New York, I think specifically out of the Ithaca region. But yeah, it's for folks who are values driven and want to do carbon offsetting, but do it locally with local impact. It's kind of almost like impact investing, where I could say I want to offset my flight across the country. So I would pay into this carbon offset fund, and those funds in turn revolve and they get invested into low income. I think they were really looking originally at energy efficiency projects. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Rachel. I thought it was brilliant when I first read it, so thank you.
Okay, Holly, that's it. Well, Rachel, you actually had your hand up to ask some other questions about this, so go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see, just had a couple, sorry, my direct point just logged me out. I think one of the, they're all in there. One of my questions had to do with, oh, Nadine, it's really amazing the orientation agendas you've been sending out with all the links and things. Are those also just being uploaded somewhere in a repository so we can refresh them or refresh ourselves at will and don't have to go back through emails? So like in our Google Drive, or perhaps preferably in the Google Drive, are they going anywhere?
That's a great idea. I have not put them there. I'll go ahead and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great suggestion.
Yeah, easy peasy. Okay, and then I think the other thing, I had some things for Hillary. I love all the stuff that's going on. It's really exciting with member engagement. And checked out some of those videos that are on the LPEA rates page. Let's see, what was it? There's like, oh, key accounts program that launched. And I'm just curious if you could explain kind of, I get what a key account is, but just if there are any specific goals and objectives of that, or if it's just more so like building relationships and keeping connected.
Yeah, absolutely. So our energy management specialists, we currently have 3. In the past, they've been really focused on customer support and engagement around our energy management programs. And they do, I kind of call them our energy detectives as well. They really get into the nitty gritty and help our customers on high bill complaints, on trying to understand their energy usage. So they're very, very hands-on customer service wise. But one area that Jessica realized before I even started that we were not necessarily meeting our high level of customer service was with our key accounts, so to speak. Key accounts programs are pretty standard in a lot of utilities. Basically, you identify certain parameters for what would make an account a key account, and you then assign them a personalized sort of person, sort of their own representative. So instead of calling into customer service and getting a different representative every time, they would have a dedicated account representative. So when I started creating that program was handed to me. We do have a strategy around that. But the gist of it really is to increase the uptake and the penetration of our many energy management programs amongst these key accounts, get them participating in our programs more. That's one objective. Another objective is to get them actually much more active with us. We would like to see them at our committee meetings, at our board meetings, when there's decisions being made that impact them as our largest and kind of most important customers. And then also just to build relationships and provide them better customer service. So we have identified around 30 to 35 accounts. We're going to see how it goes, see how much additional workload this generates, and we may explore in future adding more accounts.
And it's it seems like it's a great program to get up and running. It'd be really interesting, just like in all these things, I'm always so curious about the insights that come, from the rates page, for instance, that you launched. Like, what are the member comments that are getting, but same from these key accounts for our larger critical customers. It'd be really interesting to see if there's any themes or trends they're getting back to us with service. And I guess this kind of tie in, but it's a key account question, I think. But because I noticed FLC's got a really cool solar project going on. They've been talking about that for years. Now here we have the city of Durango. And so this is more on the kind of business side of things, but as we look to folks starting to self-generate a whole lot more, do we have any sense of, have we done a little bit of a case study in terms of our, with our current rate structures, how much cost recovery we will actually do? And if people, you know, we've talked about this for a long time, if some of these big folks really start to quote unquote defect, you know, how that impacts us and how quickly it's happening, and if we're aligning rate structure with that sort of thing. Kind of curious if there's
Yeah, that would be usually a question for Dan, but Amanda, Dominic, are you still on and able to address that?
Yeah, I'm still on. Amanda, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, I have a high level. I can kind of give my thoughts that I know we've done the rate projections to show if we try to make this extensible across our system. And right now it's clear that we would need to change some things. It would not, obviously, you know, well, solar penetration being one thing, but even, for example, commercial time of use is a program where were it adopted by everybody for whom it's advantageous for, that would be financially bad news for us. So I do think that I can't speak specifically to the solar to say if we did what threshold the key accounts adoption would actually push us into significant losses. But I can say that based on the future projections for the other elements, we do see that a lot of it's not extensible in our current rate model today to do full penetration on a number of these different things. So.
Dominic, is it safe to say we bought some time, so to speak, with our recent rate change?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, that put rate pressure in all the right places. And I'm a huge proponent that any future rate increases also follow that model and be a demand increase, ideally. So, but that definitely bought us some time, and that every time you do that, you can see a big chunk extension on the runway of that being a big lever to pull. So that's great.
All right, appreciate that comment. Rachel, is there anything else? No. Okay, Sue McWilliams, you're up next. So if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. I just had, mine isn't a question, it's just a comment that when other people are asking questions or talking about the information on Director Point, if you would give the page number, like right now I'm on 62 of 152, that would be very helpful so that we're, especially since there was some duplication, it would be helpful if we were all on the same page. Thank you.
Appreciate that and agree with it for sure. Tim, if you would unmute, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a quick question to turn the dashboard. Have we had any lost time for employees due to the COVID?
I'll have Nadine answer that.
I'm trying to decide if that is a personnel question, Tim. I know it's a pandemic. Shay, do you have any input into that?
I think that if you can answer in general terms that would not disclose the identity of anyone. So if you could say, yes, we have had somebody that has lost time or something like that. If there's any specific information regarding, you know, whether or not that person tested positive or something like that, then we could kick that to executive session. But just a general, yes, we have had instances versus no, I think this is something that would be broad enough not to fall under a confidentiality concern.
I would say, yes, we've had incidences, and then we do have a process if you have a symptom to not be at work for a certain amount of days. So we have had employees that have reported symptoms and have not been at work for some time.
All right, thank you.
All right, Kirsten, you're up next.
Yes, thank you. I'm on looking at page 30 of 152. This has to do with the member engagement, and talked about completed and mailed to Colorado Country Life, and then also sent up the WhatsApp e-newsletter. One of the things that Lisa was talking about during the member sections is she didn't want unsolicited propaganda. And propaganda is always in the eye of the beholder. So if you agree with it, you don't tend to think it's propaganda. But if you wrote it, you don't think it's propaganda. But if it doesn't say exactly what you want, you think it's propaganda. So when I look at the WhatsApp e-newsletter, I don't recall opting in on that. Is that an opt-in, or is that everybody gets it until they opt out?
It's the latter. We looked into it, and when we are given people's contact information when they set up accounts, it automatically opts in for them to receive communication for us. But as per is required by law, everything we send out has an opt-out option at the bottom. So people who have opted out for any of our different streams of communication, whether that be job alerts or press releases or the e-newsletter, they will no longer receive those in the future. And if they decide they want to, they will have to actually re-register and sign up manually.
Say that last part again, I'm sorry.
So if they opt out and they decide that they'd like to opt back in at some point, we'd have to go in and manually help them do that.
Okay. So just know that we do have a member that did ask that we do opt in on this kind of stuff. And then my second one, and Pam, thank you for bringing up the COVID. One of the things that we've had to do in my business is twice we've had to ask people to self-quarantine when they've come back from weddings. And sick or anything, we've just asked them to stay away. We don't ask them to stay away for 14 days, but we do ask them to stay away for 5 days after they get back. And we pay them, if they're on schedule, we pay them during that time. And I'm wondering what the policy is at LPEA for people who have traveled or who think they may have been exposed, and we're asking them to stay away. Now, you guys are able to do a lot by remote, so it may not be as onerous, but what kind of policy do we have as far as self-quarantining and payment?
Nadine, did you want to discuss
Yes,
that?
yeah, I can go ahead and do that. So we do have a re-entry plan that does ask you to self-quarantine if you've been exposed, definitely. And then we have, if you are working remotely, we have asked people traveling to stay away. And so we've been very open. We haven't written in policy, please don't come back to work if you've traveled, but we have asked people to let us know where they are. And so far, people are not traveling depending on their role and if they're interacting with the organization. So that's something we certainly could consider.
Okay. Going forward, I think we should. It's going to be more and more often that I think we're going to be asking people to, if they've been in an area or if they've been in a known outbreak, we're going to be asking people, and we need to at least thought through what our actions will be. Is it going to be an automatic, yeah, you get paid off for 5 days or whatever, but I think we need to pre-think that instead of wait until the question gets asked.
No, thank you for bringing that up. And I'll double check because I don't think it's in our plan. So I'll double check that.
Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, if you would unmute, go ahead.
Great, thank you. One follow-up on what I was speaking to earlier on the key account side of things, and then, or I guess more on the city's large solar proposal, and then one quick question on rates. But so just to make sure, it sounds like it's happening, but just to clarify, when you all in the solar side of things get applications in, if they're large enough, does it flag and you all talk to the financial arm or the rates arm just to kind of make sure that everyone's in the loop and kind of knows if this happens in this department, then this will impact the rest?
Yeah, Amanda, did you want to respond to that? We do. I mean, when there's big facilities coming in, Dan is telling all of us, the entire leadership team, he sends out an email and we discuss any implications. So we are all, we have a weekly meeting and we do a roundtable. And so every person in the leadership team gives an update on the key things happening. And so any big accounts like that, he is bringing it up and we're all talking. So yeah, good question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the second was just kind of touching base back in. The whole rates communication package is rolled out. I read all about it in my country life and checked out videos. Like, Hillary, do you know what the CSRs, like, are there any themes that we're getting from the member base that are really strong or pulling out like points of confusion that maybe we should know about and help to amplify the correct information that you provided us with or something?
Yes, for sure. We just had a meeting with customer service yesterday and I was asking that question. They haven't overall gotten as much as they have in previous rate increases. But there has been some confusion and I'll take full responsibility for this. I don't think we were clear enough in explaining that the people on time of use rates already are not impacted by the peak power charge. And their hours, their on-peak and off-peak hours are not changing. So a lot of the communication we've been doing has been targeted towards general. And because of that, the time of use members are seeing that and saying, wait, like are our on-peak hours now 4 to 9? Like what happened to our previous on-peak hours? What about Christmas and Sundays? And so that's been sort of the largest point of confusion, and we are now seeking to address that better in our communications. That's been a point of confusion. I think understanding the peak power charge is also hard. And it's something that we've struggled with, how to communicate that. Usually when customer service reps are able to have a conversation with someone about it, they get it. But when it's reading, it's not really understood. I think those have been the major ones. We also received, I'm not sure if you guys received, but we sent out 3 personalized emails to 3 different rate classes last week, I believe it was. We sent out an email that was specifically for people on just the general rate class with all the resources around that. An email that went out to people on time of use rates with all the information on that, and another one for our net metered customers. We did receive a lot of, well, not a lot. I would say I got around 16 or 17 emails back. And I choose to send these emails out from my address for this reason. We got about 16 emails back from people very, very unhappy, obviously. Like, how dare you raise rates during COVID, crooks, a variety of other expletives. But I do have a policy of responding to all of them. And we were able to turn a lot of them around. I'm going to actually start working constructively with them. We moved several of them onto time of use rates. We realized that one of them had their heat tape still on. So, just as far as the energy detective goes, all of these touches, I think, are an opportunity to connect with our customers, even if they start negatively.
Cool.
So.
Yeah, I just to do a shout out to Hillary and her team. I mean, I think it takes a lot emotionally to take that abuse, because she's sending me these. I mean, they are verbally abusive to our employees and the CSRs, but what they're doing is they're not taking it personally, which is good, and responding. And then Hillary's sending all of us kind of a history and showing us how they have turned folks around. And it's really great to see, Hillary, your team doing that, because like the one that called us crooks at the end of the day, we had resolved an issue for him and he was very thankful. And so we turned a lot of those people around. So again, I just want to appreciate Hillary and her team for taking that personal touch and resolving these issues. It's been great.
Okay, thank you. Related to that, Hillary, the first bills with this new rate structure have not really hit the people's hands yet. Are you and your team prepared for when bills actually start arriving? I would expect complaints to start coming in.
Yes. Yep. We are prepared. We have our talking points. We know exactly what the bills look like, and our customer service reps are prepared. And the comm strategy around the rate increase does continue well into this rate increase being effective. It hasn't stopped because it is now effective. So we will continue to share tips and tricks, continue to create new videos for where points of confusion are. We're going to do a little bit of video training, so our experts are a little bit more engaging on those videos. They're so knowledgeable and amazing and not good on camera. So we're going to seek to improve how we look on video in future. But yeah, to your point, Britt, we're ready. We know it will continue, and we're just going to continue the comms campaign as well.
Okay, actor training. I look forward to hearing how that turned out.
Yes.
Joe Lewandowski, you're up next, so go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment. I really appreciate you responding to all those, Hillary. I think it's so important. I have to do that myself, and it's amazing how you can turn people around if you give them some facts. It's amazing. Anyway, for Jessica, just a quick question on have you been interviewed by KSUT? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
But I know that Hillary's actively working on interviews for both Archuleta County and La Plata, so for both counties.
Okay, I know KSUT has been doing more community news, so I think that would be a good one. And then
yeah, we've got her booked on Local First, which is a radio show that I don't think it's on KOST, but I can't remember the station it's on now.
KTUR, that's the college radio station.
Yeah, that one. We're trying to do one interview with her every week, but it kind of depends on schedules and the rest. So.
And then I had a question. It seems like every time I read about internet stuff or email clicks and opens rates, can you explain the difference between the 40% open rate and the 10% click rate?
Yes, absolutely. So the open rate refers to the number of people who see the email in their inbox and actually open it. So that means that 40% of the people who got that particular email actually took the time to click on it and open it. A lot of people will just delete it or, filter it without even bothering to open it. Standard industry average open rates for our industry are around 20%. So, I mean, we're consistently for our monthly newsletters getting around 50% open rate, which is just fantastic. The click rate means they went one step further. In addition to opening the email, they actually read enough to be interested in clicking on a link. And because we use Constant Contact for our email marketing, it actually allows you to go in and see exactly how many, where they clicked, what the most popular links were. And we're starting to do metrics around, whether the top articles get the most clicks and the bottom articles get the least, if there's any kind of pattern and where we should be placing things for maximum attention. So we're really, there's quite a lot of back-end metrics available on that platform.
Yeah, the 47% open rate is pretty astounding, I think. So thanks.
Well, and of interest, you guys might find interesting, I did, because I kind of geek out on this stuff, but those 3 personalized emails that we sent to net metered, time of use members and general members. The net metered members by far engaged the most with the email. So it had the highest open rate, the highest click rate. Time of use was under that. They were still quite engaged, just not as engaged as the net metered. And then the general was the lowest. So maybe not surprising, but I did find that data interesting.
Okay, one comment related to that, the way email you can detect that it's been opened, Hillary, is that there is an image in it or something like that that's downloaded to the email. Otherwise, like with my email, I don't have images set to be opened. So a lot of people could look at it and not see it. Do you have any background on that or if that's correct?
I don't believe that that's correct. I believe that the Constant Contact actually has a way to track whether it's been opened, not just the images downloaded, but just opened. But I can look into that just to confirm.
Yeah, I think that's probably more dependent on the mail application a person's using than anything else. But anyhow, and aside, technical geeking out, as you might say. John Lee, if you would go ahead.
In reference to the rates during our new director training last week before, Dan had shared some additional slides in the presentation for Sue and I that I thought were very succinct in defining at a very user level the rate increase and what that time of use or what the increase will look like, particularly for somebody who might have a range of electric bill. And perhaps if some of those, I think he referred to 3 or 4 slides, were introduced for people, there might be some people who could see that and go, oh, it's going to be $4, as opposed to thinking it's going to be 40 or something else. But I thought it was a good capture, and it was a good information for me to come from the layman side of things in that training, and perhaps it would be for other members.
Yeah, I agree, John. He shared those infographics with us as well. And we do plan, or those graphs, sorry, and we do plan on sort of porting those in and adding them to the infographics library to share. So thank you for that.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. We've had a good discussion of the board packet. So let's go ahead and go on to the next part of this. And I think that in our agenda would be the quarterly reports. Is that something that Hillary or Jessica, you would start and then pass it on?
Yes, sorry, I am trying to get my internet. Oh, did Kirsten have a question?
And if what page, if somebody's got what division down, table of content, where would we start on this?
So it would be page 67 under financial report. Is that, okay. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yep, so that would be Carl. And I think most of it is self-explanatory in his page 68. So I would just assume we could start taking questions.
All right, we will do that. We're now on Carl's financial report. Now on the bottom of page 68 is where he has a nice summary of things. And also in the middle of that page, he has the color indicators of how we're doing. So I no doubt we'll have a few questions on this. So let's go ahead and get started. Kirsten, would you go ahead?
Yes, sir. Thank you. On page 68, at the bottom, we talk about the controllable costs and how great we're doing it. And I know someplace in here, it might not have been in this line, but we do point out that we cannot continue that indefinitely. That training is super important, that some of these things that we're putting off, we do need to be picking up. So I applaud the sacrifice that has been taken, and I look forward to starting to mix in some of this critical stuff, because training foregone now creates problems in the future. Thank you. That was it for that one. I'll take my hand down.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that needs a comment, Carl, but do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think you will see going forward that some of those things will start to come up in financials, not necessarily on training, but there was an item I spoke to Jerry about with operations where we wanted to use some crews for some more maintenance work and would have to get some contractors involved, where normally we would have been, no, we can't, we don't want to do that. I think we've got to the point now with, we're halfway through the year and we're over where we thought we would be, that we can't hold back anymore. We need to go ahead and get these projects done.
All right.
Yeah, and I would just add, Kirsten, that with training, it's extremely important. So we are proceeding on training for sure. And Jerry has been a great, Jerry, you've been a teacher at this company for quite some time with the crews. Jerry has some ideas for how we're going to get training, additional training. So to your point, we're not going to cut corners on that. We're proceeding on that. We can't send people out because they've closed down training, but we just had Federated come in yesterday and they offered a bunch of safety training. So we're going to take them up on that offer where they can come out and do training out here so we don't have to travel. So to that point, I think everybody's finding new ways during COVID to keep training and safety up. So appreciate you bringing that up.
All right, Rachel, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, this is, I think it's a question and maybe a point of conversation. Just the point where we've spent down 95% of our budgeted legal costs. And I know we anticipated a lot of that chunk landing squarely in the early part of the year. And obviously are seeing things starting to wrap up. But yeah, how, at some point, are we going to kind of flag that and have a conversation and look to the rest of the year and set some parameters, or at least have a clear understanding?
I think we will have to I guess the point is we're not really sure what happens next.
Yeah.
So to talk to that, I can't really say.
Carl,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that Carl's not, because he's not really familiar with a lot of legal stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a case where, you know, the board decided to jump in, so you have to commit. You can't just now say, oh, because we've spent 95% of our budget that we're done. And in fact, we have saved money so that if we are going over, we're still under budget, if that makes sense. So, you know, it's the board's decision if we proceed, and if you decide you don't want to spend any more money on legal fees, then we have to leave the proceedings.
I think my question was more, because that's a very black and, you know, like very dramatic in and out. It was more just if there's, and I don't know how legal things work, and I know I did ask this to the attorneys in our last conversation, but just if there's any way to kind of get a sense of it. Just, yeah, and it was interesting that I've never worked with an entity that can't quote you a guess. But I also have noticed that this thing is bigger than any of us thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think it, you know, I've worked with attorneys. My company fought Enron, and there is no guess on legal fees. And they can't give you a quote because you don't know what the other people are doing. Like, we didn't know that Tri-State would file at the Ninth Circuit in Washington, D.C., and they just did. So this is just legal case, which you can never interpret, and you can never get a quote, unfortunately.
Okay. Sue McWilliams, unmute, go ahead.
Okay, I'm back on page 68, Carl, and the operating margins are showing 535,000, and we had budgeted 72,819. Is that difference because of the PPE loan? And will that margin be reduced, or will it stay there for the rest of the year?
The PPP loan has no impact right now on operating margins, and at no point will it have any impact. When we have confirmed that we have loan forgiveness, that will become a non-operating item. So,
okay. So how did our
sorry, go ahead.
How did our margins get to be the 535,000? Where is that coming from?
It's coming from the fact that we're $1.4 million under budget in expenses. Controllable.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
And I think, Sue, and that from what I'm hearing is that may go down a little bit because there are things we've been putting off we can't keep putting off. So if that's what I heard this discussion about, I expect that might go down a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Let's see, Tim, go ahead.
Two things. First is for the month of June, where we are only 3% under budget revenue, operating revenue, and 1% over the previous year. That's good performance considering the budget. Well, it says forecast. I assume that's budget. I could be wrong on that. But it originally included the rate increase, which we deferred. So it looks like we had a really good month of June in the midst of this pandemic. And I wonder if you, or I suppose Dan normally would tell us why that is, but if you have any insight as to why you think June was so much better than what we expected, or even better than last June.
So June kilowatt hour sales were right on budget, more or less. I mean, there's obviously some disparity between rate classes and groups. It was hot. It's a very simplistic explanation, but air conditioning was a factor. We are seeing very similar patterns for the first 2 weeks of July. And once again, although this balance has shifted somewhat with a lot of people are still at home and a lot of people are still working at home, and residential sales are remaining strong. And so essentially heat was the biggest factor in the slight uptick over last year. And if we had put the rate increase through, we would actually be over budget on gross margins.
Thank you. By the way, that was page 69 I was referring to. I'm referring to page 70 now, and I think, Sue, you asked a question about whether the margin would continue through the rest of the year. And on 70, correct me if I'm wrong, Carl, but they take the year-to-date so far and utilize that and apply it to the rest of the year's budget to come up with a projection. And you will see down there operating margins at this point are projected to be above the original year-end budget. So I'm just trying to answer that question for you. Maybe that'll help. And,
thank you, Tim.
That's it. Thanks very much.
Yeah, good pointing that out, Tim. It shows the operating margin about 250K or so above. And of course, we're higher than that right now. Good observation. Kirsten?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Page 69, transmission expense for the month of June, current month actual is considerably lower than anticipated. Is this just a timing issue?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Transmission is higher. You want to know why? Is that transmission expenses were lower and you'd like to know why? Was that the question?
Transmission expense is 23,000 compared to a forecast of 93,000.
Right. So when the budget for transmission expenses was done, it was spread evenly with the same amount every month. And that's just not the way that they've been falling in terms of some compliance issues. So it really is just it's a timing difference to a degree, but we're also seeing that our load dispatching costs have been significantly lower than we had budgeted.
Our load is what?
Dispatching.
You're kind of fuzzy. Can you, our load is dispatching?
Load dispatching costs. Can everyone else hear
I'm
me?
hearing you loud and clear, Carl.
Okay.
I'm hearing I'm getting a fuzz feedback. I'm glad you're able to hear, but I'm having problems.
Said the load dispatching costs
is lower.
Correct.
By 75%.
No, the main issue is timing, in that we had the transmission costs for each month were budgeted to be pretty static, whereas there is and this will be addressed in the 2021 budget, they fluctuate a lot more than we had budgeted. So timing is the main difference. You will see in some months we've gone over budget, but year to date we are significantly under, and that the two factors are load dispatching and the timing of some NERC compliance.
So Carl, could I just point out, Kirsten, on the forecast revision, page 70, you can see what it looks like for the year, and he also has an explanation. So that might be helpful for you, because it seems like the forecast was pretty even, and the actual costs are pretty lumpy. And this shows what's going to happen through the end of the year. I'm just trying to help out there. That's all.
Okay, go ahead, Kirsten. Kirsten, anything else?
As far as in the financial section or on that specific?
The quarterly report, financial section, anything.
Well, yes. I know banks right now, especially major banks, are putting aside money, and I know they do this probably because of regulation. They're putting aside money because they're assuming that some of their consumers are going to be defaulting on their loans. So they're having to put it into a special account to show kind of viability going into the future. I am wondering if we need to be putting aside a special, and it's not a fund. It's not like we're going to be paying people's bills. What we are acknowledging is we're going to have money that's not going to be coming in, and we need to acknowledge it now so we can spread out the impact of it. So if we now put in, and I don't know how this happens financially, Carl, but somehow saying, yeah, we're expecting we're going to have these losses, and let's set aside this cash now, or this money now, whether that's because of the PPP coming in, that paid paychecks, but it allowed us to not pay paychecks. So we have some funds that we should use to address the COVID thing, and I think that's going to be not loss of revenue, it's loss of actual payments on their revenue, because we think we have the revenue, but we don't.
So we currently are showing around 235,000 of overdue balances, and that's obviously significantly more than normal. We'd normally be looking at closer to 30, 35. So right now we have $200,000 more than would be normal. But what we are doing is that everybody who is in arrears at the moment is getting a notice from Hillary's team to say, we're going to put you on a 6-month payment plan, and everything that's overdue needs to be paid in these 6 installments. So what I would suggest that we would do is anybody who is then in default on the payment plan, and we've been encouraging people to call and make it clear that if that's going to be a problem for them, that will be the real exposure that we have. And I don't think let's say half of the 200, that's a problem. I very much doubt it would be that high. $100,000, I don't want to be flippant, but it's not a huge problem right now in terms of cash flow and in terms of where we are in margin. If we have to set up, a provision for doubtful debt, then that would impact our operating margin. But I think $100,000 is an extremely high number, and it would actually be quite a lot lower than that.
I agree that $100,000 is low, and I'm not thinking that this is going to stop at the 200,000. I think you're much more optimistic about this than I am. Looking at where we are headed in the next few months, I believe that we're going to be accelerating our defaults. And I believe that it's prudent on our part to acknowledge that. You're normally a bit more of a pessimist than this, Carl. So I'm looking for, or a little more of a conservative pessimist. So I think I do not feel that we are prepared for the income that we are not going to be getting. And I don't know, and I'm looking to you, the rest of the board, and to you, Carl, and to Jessica and the whole staff, to help me figure out how can we be prepared financially, because there is a cliff coming, and I do not believe I'm being Chicken Little here. We're seeing it happen. There's going to be, we're still in the first wave, and once the second wave hits come October, people are going to be losing their electricity, and then they're going to be losing their houses. So it's not like they have anything to pay, any reason to pay the 6 months, because we're not going to turn their electricity back on. They're not even in the county anymore, or in our system anymore. So we have money that I believe we should restrict in some form, saying this is our acknowledgement that in order to keep a safety net, it's even more stringent than the safety net or the rainy day fund that we've got. This is a rainy day, and it's thundering, and it's lightning, and there's fires, and there's COVID, and there's a presidential election. So all those nasty, nasty things that are happening are going to affect us. So I do not feel comfortable going into the rest of this year. We're halfway through the year. I do not feel comfortable going into the rest of this year without somehow throwing up sparklers, which will catch on fire, to say this is bad, it's going to get worse. I applaud your ability to be saying, oh, it's only to be 100,000. I bet you six-pack that it's going to go the other direction. A lot.
Okay, Kirsten, we got it. Okay.
Okay, then anybody else?
I want to then follow up on this a little bit with Carl by going to page 70 of our board packet. 70 of our board packet is the first column. It's the revised year-end 2020 stuff. And for Carl has the operating margin of 966. And I'm certainly not going to disagree with Kirsten that things could get a lot worse. So then we have to say our operating margins could drop and even be cut in half or something. But I wanted to focus a minute on the lines below the operating margin. Which one of those lines would the PPP loan show up in?
None of the above, Brett. It would be an exceptional item.
So you would have to add another row in there.
Correct.
And is that your plan when this moves over, that there would be another row here?
It will be. We have, because obviously we don't budget for anything exceptional. By its very nature, you wouldn't. So I have not put it in for the time being because of its exceptional nature. And I am still waiting for a final word from our advisors on where we put it. And I'm also reluctant to put it there until I actually get confirmation from the SBA that our loan has been forgiven.
And I'm certainly in agreement with all of that. However, it seems from everything that I know that it's a very good chance that we will be able to add a line in here and put that money in there. So with that being said, it's kind of that below the operating margin line that does give us some cushion there.
Very much so.
Okay, so I wanted to point that out to Kirsten too, to say there is some room. We hate to run our operating margin too low or negative. Obviously, we'll talk about a financial goal we have for that. It's not going to be met this year for sure, and it may get worse, but there is some other cushion there. Okay. Anything else, Kirsten, or we can go on? Okay, Joe, would you unmute and go ahead?
Yeah, this is on the consultants and contractor report section.
What page is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 81.
All right, page 81.
And I just, a couple of the items, the Ward Electric, just wonder what they're doing there.
Yeah, and I'll have Jerry or Garrett explain that one.
Right now, they're completing 2 major projects over in the Pagosa area, rebuilding and upgrading some of the main trunk lines. Garrett, do you have anything to add?
No, not really. They've wrapped up the one on Putt Hill, and I believe they've wrapped up the one on North Pagosa. So they're getting really close to, being done and getting out of here.
Okay. And I'm assuming these items are somewhere in the budget because there's obviously no, budget stuff. So these are buried somewhere in the operating stuff year to year, correct? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other thing, I see, we're doing a lot of forestry work. Any idea how that compares with last year approximately? Is this 50% more or 100% more?
Yeah, Carl would have those numbers. I believe they're maybe about pretty comparable.
Yep.
Comparable.
They're within a few percent or so.
Okay. I think it'd be a great idea to let our members know how much. I know a lot of people are on pins and needles about fires, and I think it'd be nice for folks to know that, we're spending this kind of money out there, keeping the lines clear from, from fire danger. So, and then my last comment is I'll get on my AMI meter soapbox again. We got $70,000 on meter reading charges. So Dan conveniently escaped to Denver, so he doesn't have to answer my question this time. But again, it seems awful high when we have the capability not to have to do that. So thanks.
Joe, just on that one, I would point out we're cutting those expenses significantly. Dan's team is doing a lot more in-house, and you can see that continue to decline.
Great, glad to hear it. Thanks.
All right.
And sorry, one more point. I just looked up 2019 on tree trimming. We are about 3% over this year.
Okay, appreciate that fine detail. Bob Lynch, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Britt. Two things or a couple things. One is, I wonder if, Tim, maybe we should put on the Finance and Audit Committee agenda to talk about Kirsten's question about should we be creating a loan loss reserve, or that's actually what banks do, like you were saying, but some sort of reserve for potential past dues that we don't collect. Maybe we could talk about that. But I also think, isn't it true, this is a point for clarification, that we set aside the money to help people and we don't have applications sufficient to use up that money yet. Is that right, Hillary?
I'm sorry, I got a request from the Pagosa Sun and I'm trying to multitask, but I failed to hear your question. Can you please repeat?
I can answer, Hillary.
Okay.
Did you? Yeah, we set aside money to help people with past due bills, and they haven't sufficiently applied to use all that, right?
Not yet, which has been quite surprising. And not only have they not used our funds, but they have not yet exhausted the other funds that are in our communities to be used for utility bills. What we are expecting, however, is when we do send out the letters identifying, as Jessica and Carl mentioned earlier, when we do send out the letters later this week, early next, letting folks know that we're automatically placing any amount in arrears on a 6-month repayment plan, we will be reiterating these other resources. And we think that the threat of a possible disconnect may motivate people to actually begin applying for these funds.
That sounds good. And I think it's good that there's money still there, and if all that were applied against the 235, that goes down pretty significantly. And then I think it remains to be seen too how well people do on their 6-month payment plans, because those will just be starting now. So I think we've got a good handle on it, and we can maybe talk about reserving some money to help cover that, but looks pretty good in terms of how we've got it set up now. The other thing, I just want to make a point about the legal fees. I know we've spent most of that budget, but I don't think we've spent any better money as a discretionary fund as a board that since I've been on the board. You know, Dan's there having discussions now. We have new ongoing discussions. We won the case at the PUC. We're in this position where we have all these options because we invested that money. And I think we all know we've got to continue to ride that horse. And thankfully, we have good attorneys. They have been right on what they thought were winnable points and winnable cases. So it's right for us to keep an eye on that and be concerned about it. It's hard to predict how much more that will be, but boy, I couldn't feel better about the money we've spent and the position we put the co-op in by doing that. So just wanted to make that comment. So thank you.
Appreciate that comment, Bob. And it does appear to me like if nothing else happens, we stay exactly the way we are, that we will recoup that money by having forced Tri-State to provide some of these options we would never have had before. And I think we will come out ahead in a sense, but it's not going to be a year-to-year thing. Kohler, if you would unmute and go ahead.
Thank you. On page 70, on the forecast revision, under the interest expense other, it went up 11%. And I've seen interest rates actually go down, and my guess is interest expense other is short-term interest. Are we paying interest on the PPP? Or what else would drive that to actually increase our interest expense?
So you're looking at the other interest expense, Carla?
Yes, interest expense other.
Yeah, we are not paying any interest on PPP right now. That would change if it wasn't forgiven. So these relate to kind of sundry items, and the main item is that people earn interest on a notional interest on the deposits that they put down for new service. And we have more new service than we anticipated. That's what we're seeing.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Now you mentioned that we would pay interest on the PPP if it's not forgiven. Is that backtracked to the beginning of when we got it, or does it start once it's not forgiven?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
You mentioned that we don't pay interest on the PPP loan unless it's not forgiven. So if it's not forgiven, does that interest, does it claw back to the beginning date that we got the PPP, or does it just start when it's denied? Or
yeah, it goes back to the beginning at 1%.
Thank you.
All right, Tim, if you would go ahead.
All right, thank you. Two things. One, just to circle back to Bob and Kirsten's comment about putting something like this on the Finance and Audit Committee agenda about some reserve for COVID-related non-payments. I can do that, and I took a note to do so. Just briefly, however, there's two aspects to that. One is, what does non-payment do to your income statement? And right now, there isn't anything really in there other than what's normal background. That could affect the operating margin if we put something there. So we can talk about that and make a recommendation one way or another out of that committee. The other is the actual cash impact. And I've heard people kind of mixing those up a little bit. And in terms of a cash impact on that, we do have a rate stabilization fund of $2 million as a reserve. I don't think that we'll exhaust that in non-payment support, or write-off. So just briefly mentioning that those are two different sort of distinct impacts, and that we can look at those, but the cash one is pretty solid, I think, at this point. The other thing that I wanted to just bring up as a question, perhaps, is on page 77, when I took a look at the director discretionary expenditures report, I noticed that, and maybe this is just a way to account for it, but the two new directors, Sue and John, theirs was reduced by what was remaining of the ones that they replaced. Is there a way to make that remaining budget for them 4,000 rather than appearing to be only 3,000? Or whatever the number was, 2,600 something. Effectively, their budget is still 4,000, right? And I just don't want to leave a wrong impression from the two new directors. So, does that make sense? I think if you go back and you look at, say, Davin, who retired, and John took his place, Davin has a remaining budget of 1,333. John's only 2,667. There's 4,000 really available for them. We should recognize that, I think. Similarly for Sue. A minor thing, but I just thought I'd bring it up. Thanks.
Okay, well, that makes sense to me because obviously the former directors aren't going to be spending that share. So it is available. Probably unlikely to be spent this year, however. Holly, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I was curious on page 68, and this is spawned off of the discussion of the financial goals later on, but on page 68, is it possible to get just a very high level description of how capitalizing versus expensing the subcontract work affects our key ratios and financial goals?
Yeah, we can certainly do that, Holly. That's something I can add. Yeah.
Okay, great. And also that discussion of the financial goals made me go back and look at my NRECA book, and it was talking about how to calculate an equity goal, an equity calculation. Mm-hmm. However, it shows a nice form. Is it possible to show me on the balance sheet which one of those numbers I would pull out to be able to calculate that for myself? Sure.
I can tell you very quickly how you do it now, and I wouldn't say that if it wasn't very quick. So if you go to the balance sheet on page 72, you need to divide total margins and equities over total assets and other debits. And as you can see, it's basically 144 over 288. So it's nice and simple, comes in around 50%.
Okay, I'm still looking for them, but thank you. Fabulous, thank you. On page 76, I'm really glad to see the roundup accounts are going up. Is there any idea of why the green power accounts are going down? And did the 6 tri-state wind accounts equal the 69 blocks that went down?
I have to do some more research on that, but on the wind, I'm sure you're right. Okay,
thank you. And then my last question has to do with the capital items budget on page 82 of 145.
Yep.
I've worked for some districts before on budgeted expenses. And so I was just kind of curious if there were some extraneous factors that that called for the purchase of air compressors, jumping jacks, and snow buckets.
Jerry, would you mind talking to that?
So due to the terrain that we live in, we have tried to cut back on the use of hydrovac trucks. They are extremely expensive. And so we have found ourselves renting this equipment, the compressor and the jackhammer and the jumping jacks, because we have to get it compacted to a certain grade. And so we're renting them almost on a weekly basis. So we are going to purchase them just so we're not having that expense in the future. And the snow bucket, it was originally slated to be purchased with the backhoe that we purchased. We got the wrong one. And so we are returning the one that they gave us. And this one in theory is going to cut our snow plowing time in half because it's twice the size.
Great, thank you.
Well, and Jerry, I also believe you guys found cost savings in other areas. So it's not a plus up in the budget, it's a swap. So it's not adding additional expenses.
Now, when can board directors use the jumping jack compactor?
You guys can always use the plow, come plow our.
When we establish a rental program for directors and charge them appropriately. Okay, Holly, anything else? All right, I don't see any more questions at the moment for the quarterly reports. We're hit lunch, but we can hit another thing here. Looks like that I don't think will be long. And on the agenda, it's the summer virtual town hall proposal. So Jessica, if you would address that issue.
Yeah, so this is something that we brought up at the last board meeting, and this is part of Hillary's communication strategy plan. So I'll bump it over to her to walk through.
Great. Yeah. So this is something that was a part of the comms strategy discussion around the rate increase, but is obviously broader than that because we would be addressing a variety of issues at these meetings that go beyond the rates. But this idea became even more important after we decided to cancel the business portion of the annual meeting and the member appreciation lunches because of concerns around COVID-19. So given that, I put together this proposal for you guys to dissect and make changes to. This is really just a starting point, but my proposal would be that we host a series of town hall meetings, one in each district over the course of the month of October. That will get us past sort of the holiday season, which it can be hard to schedule during, and also put us in the during the cooperative month. So kind of a chance to celebrate that. I would argue that the meetings will be held separately, but the agendas will be roughly the same. They'll be recorded via Zoom, similar to how we do the board meetings with live Q&A sessions recorded for those who cannot attend. And that attendance-wise, it would be the board members in each district that would attend each meeting. They would select a chair to run it, and then staff would be present based on what type of presentations we would like to give. And obviously the topics would be TBD. So that's my general proposal for you guys to comment on, make suggestions on, and we can go from there.
All right, and that proposal is on page 83 of our board packet. But Hillary covered more or less what's in there to be discussed. We do have several questions on this. So Kirsten, if you would lead off.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Overall, I think this is a great idea, and I appreciate it. My one feedback on it is I think that last time when we had board members from other districts attend other districts, it was very helpful. I really appreciated talking to folks in Ignacio and talking to folks in Forest Lakes. I think Gwen came over to Pagosa. So I would really prefer to not limit this to just the directors of that district.
And my one thought on that too is somewhat similar, but I like the idea of it being led by the directors in that district, and perhaps the other directors would sort of be there, like they could hold their hands up or something, but they would be more guests in it, maybe that modification. Anything else, Kirsten?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Sue McWilliams, unmute and go ahead.
My only question or thought was on it is I'm wondering if 90 minutes is too long. It's kind of hard to keep people's attention for even an hour. So I didn't know if 90 minutes was the appropriate time or if we should try to make it shorter. I think it's a great idea though.
Yeah, I would be happy to hear your guys' suggestions on that. I did speak to other utilities that have done similar things. The consensus that was the 2 hours was way too long, and even if there were enough questions to last that long, the board members just kind of petered out at that point, and the staff as well. And 1 hour just wasn't long enough to address all of the questions that came up. Potentially what we could do is state the meeting time at an hour, but specify that if questions demand, we'll extend the time up to 2 hours in order to answer people's questions. We could do something like that. And obviously if there's no questions, then we can end early.
Okay, it sounds
I don't
real,
think that'll happen.
okay, I think that sounds real good. Sue, anything else? Good there?
No, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, this looks awesome. Super psyched about it. I think my actually no really constructive besides what we've heard here. I am curious though, if there's anything we need to be doing or looking at to get ourselves staged for some earlier Q&As with the community and information sessions that are maybe more two-way. It seems like we have some, I'm just trying to put together all the timelines in my head, but it seems like we have some really big things, again, coming to us, changes, PUC rulings, FERC rulings, tri-state, this and that. And I know that we committed to our members that we would keep them informed and engaged, and not, yeah, and make sure that they're along for the whole ride and are informed and able to talk with us. So October's a long way away. I'm thinking of some of the calendars we've been given. Is there anything we've got that we can put in place earlier?
Well, we could move these up. I was sensitive to the fact that there's holidays and doing it during the summer months might be difficult, but we could look to do it a month earlier. We could look to do it in September. I mean, we could even look to do it in August, but then we do run into sort of some timelines around communicating it properly to try and get good enough attendance. But I'm totally it's up, I think, up to you guys and what the time frame you think is most appropriate for these.
Maybe we can circle back around to that after some other things we're going to chat about today. And I guess I realize these are a little bit more orchestrated and there's more happening. So perhaps it's a both and, if we've got time sensitive things that are coming up that are more focused, it's like those workshop series that we did a few years ago that were so popular. Just thought.
Okay, I think certainly if we have some decisions made, have some specific paths forward that might have to do with this, which would affect that timeline. So I agree, but I just can't predict what those would be right now. Thank you, Rachel. Joe, would you unmute? Go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We'll have, it's kind of the same old people that come to these meetings time after time, but I think it's a good idea. Couple things on the initial presentation. I think it's important that each of the districts has the same presentation of facts from the company to start off these meetings, and that all of the directors get a chance to look at that presentation before it's made. The last ones that were made, I saw 3 days before, and suggestions that I had made to include were rejected. And I don't think that's appropriate. So I think, again, really looking at what we're going to present is really going to be important here. Again, it's got to be really fact-based and thorough. And another, just during the meetings, I've done a couple of these in my agency, and we've asked people to, and I'm not exactly sure how it works on Zoom, but to submit their questions in Q&A and in a written form, and it cuts out some of the grandstanding or kind of argumentative things. Nadine did that at the I guess the annual meeting that was held, whatever that was, our last annual meeting. People who had questions, they were submitted. Nadine went through them, and just seemed like a really good way to, get the questions out and not get into statements. My concern about moving the meeting up more is that the staff is going to have a lot on its plate, and this is going to take some preparation. So I would kind of defer to them. I don't want to, again, going into one of these meetings when we don't have a lot of the answers. And as board members, it's our responsibility to reach out to folks, and they can contact us directly too if people have questions. So public meetings are great, but they're not always what they're cracked up to be, in my opinion. So, thanks.
Okay, good comments. Holly?
Great, thank you. I really like this proposal overall. I agree with Kirsten that I would like to be able to at least listen in to the other districts. And also, I think with the timing of them, I'm supportive of October just for the sheer fact of August, in my opinion, is too soon. September, we're going to have a whole lot of people dealing with going back to school with their children, and nobody really knows what that looks like right now. And so October is.
Again, Holly cut out at the end, but I bet you what she said, October seems the best time for her. That seems appropriate.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Appreciate that. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. Hillary, what's the virtual equivalent of swag and food?
Yeah, it's a fair point. I mean, I was talking to Jeannie, who's kind of, the expert in LPEA events and organization. And as you know, people show up for the door prizes and the food. What we could do is look into some sort of attendance bonus, something like we could do a drawing for a gift certificate at the end of the meeting for anyone who's registered to attend, something like that.
I think it's necessary. Anything we can do to get more people out. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Well, Hillary, were you thinking we needed to take action on this, or is this just informational at this point?
Not at this point. I think it might be more effective to sort of convene offline. Maybe Jessica and I can coordinate an email exchange between everyone to try and decide on what the topic should be. And then at that point, I think it's up to the staff to come together with some presentations around those topics. And to Joe's point, make sure that those are done in enough time that the board can review, and that all of the board is kind of happy with what those are. And then parallel to that, we can begin promoting. So also offline, I think we need to be deciding on the dates in each district for promotional reasons.
Okay, and you've certainly got some good feedback, and if you've taken notes, there were good ideas and comments made about how to modify and change things.
Yeah.
Okay, well then we will consider that agenda item done, and it seems like now would be a good time to take a lunch break. It's right about 12:15, so if we've got a half an hour, let's see if we can get started again at 12:45. Does that sound good with everybody? Shaking your heads, yes, yes, yes. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're now officially on break, and we'll get started again in half an hour at 12:45. Thank you. Man, I've hardly had time to get through my lunch. Okay, I see most directors coming back online now. Let's go ahead and get started again. The agenda has consideration of Finance and Audit Committee recommendations as the next item. So that would be Tim Wheeler taking it over from here. So Tim, it looks like everybody is got their video back up except for about 4 people. So I guess you can slowly take it away.
If you want me to start, I will. So the Finance and Audit Committee met July 9th, a few days ago, last Thursday. We conducted our meeting as usual, and we took the tabling of the recommendations that were presented in June. My apologies for not being there at that time. And as a committee, we we came back with another set of recommendations, or a recommendation, change the recommendations to fit what were the expressed concerns of the board. I did try to go back and look at the video of that, but the audio was missing from that part of the published video, so couldn't really follow what the discussion was at the board meeting. So I relied upon people who were there, Carl, Britt, others on the committee. And we reformulated those recommendations. They're attached to the report that you have. Let me try and take that one first. There's some other recommendations that we came up with as well for the board. But we changed in terms of financial goals recommendations, essentially one recommendation around the operating margin goal.
Real quick, Tim, that's page 86 of 152. For those, go to page 86. Go ahead.
Thank you, Britt. And that recommendation, basically we're recommending a stepped approach rather than setting a goal, a fixed goal. And that stepped approach begins with a 1% operating margin goal for the 2021 budget and increasing by an additional 0.5% each year. Okay, an additional there twice, sorry about that. Until the long-term operating margin goal of 3% as a percentage of revenue is achieved. We further discussed and agreed that the STEP goals would be reviewed during the budget process of each year, this year and subsequent years, to affirm or alter that goal to accommodate any unusual circumstances. We also made one other sort of recommendation, or recognized, I should say, that capital credit retirements are typically bound by the operating margin, by the available liquidity of the organization, maintenance of equity, and consideration of the impact of utilizing debt for that purpose. And therefore, the adoption of these recommended goals will provide boundaries for the consideration of the LPEA capital credit requirements. Retirements. That's retirements versus allocations. Allocations are fixed by virtue of the performance after, as indicated by the audited financials. So this is about retirement versus allocation. So my suggestion at this point would be that we make a motion to adopt these revised recommendations. Again, as Britt said, they begin on page 86. They're labeled Finance and Audit Committee Financial Goals Recommendations, dated 07/09/20. Would anyone like to make a motion and second it? Get a second.
Okay, then I'll open it for a motion or questions or discussion, whichever you prefer to start with. So Sue McWilliams, you have your hand up first, so unmute and go ahead.
Okay, and I just backing up to page 84. I'm not ready for the motion yet, and we could do the other and then come back to this if everybody else would like to. But on page 84 toward the bottom, it talks about the strategic goal, the KRTA being using the number 36 revenue for KWH sold. I was wondering if I could get some clarification on why that particular KRTA was chosen versus some of the others that I've looked at that seem to be maybe more appropriate to use. So
okay,
if I could
Sue,
get a little background.
that actually will be the next item on the agenda. And there
Okay.
is additional explanation on that on page 90, but you're right, it will involve some discussion and
Okay.
potentially motion and everything else with it. So you did just jump ahead a little bit.
Okay, I was looking at the 84, not 90. So I'll wait and we'll discuss it in a minute. Thank you.
All right, will do. Caller, would you go ahead?
Yes, I did attend the meeting and I didn't hear this discussed, so I just had a question. If we approve this and we're looking for a 1% on that first year and we don't make the 1%, is that something that will be reviewed on that annual review and decide how to deal with that? If we're going to claw back and raise the second year even more than the 0.5% to make up for that? I don't know if it's been in the thought or not, but I would like to put a placeholder in that review for doing just that.
Tim, did you go ahead?
Well, these are goals. They're not requirements or mandates per se. The idea behind the goal is really to provide guidance as we move through budgeting processes so that we have parameters and boundaries to allow us to measure our performance throughout the year. And obviously, in my mind anyway, it's obvious that if we were to not meet those goals, or if we exceeded them, less than what we expected, yes, those would be the things that we would definitely review. Was the goal the issue? Was it unusual circumstances? What caused it? And so to me, this is about a process and engaging in that kind of a process so that we become clear about what it is we're trying to achieve and what are the obstacles and challenges and opportunities that go with achieving those or not achieving them, as the case may be. But
Thank you.
I don't know if that was helpful or not.
Yeah, that was. That's kind of, I kind of thought about the same lines. I just wanted to kind of confirm that. Thank you.
Okay. Kirsten, would you go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a question about the goals. It's more the lead in to the goals. The recognition that the co-op strategic goal takes precedence and that the recommended financial goals will support the strategic goal. I get that they support it. I would not say that the strategic goal takes precedence. I think if we don't have our financial house in order, we're not going to be able to reach our strategic goals. So again, it's not about the goals itself, and we're voting on accepting these goals. I'm just pointing that out. Thank you.
Okay, so there may need to be some thought about the first paragraph eventually, because I think our thought in the Finance Committee was that this white paper would be something that would be a public document as well. Thank you for the comment. Jack Turner, would you unmute and go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Britt. Couple things just to what Kirsten said. I do believe that the financial goals need to support the strategic goal. Otherwise, the strategic goal is based on the umbrella of our strategic planning. And so that's our umbrella for planning and how we run the organization, including the budget. So I do support the first paragraph. But to my specific question is, it looks like really what has changed from last month. And since Tim wasn't here, I don't know if he can answer that, but is the operating margin goal. And that change was from last month, it was proposed at 4%. Now it's an iteration, which I can understand that, but it's an operating margin goal of 3%. So it was reduced by 1%. And I'm curious why the reduction by 1%, because I think if I remember last month, the 4% was the compelling argument. It was just having it done so quickly. And what is the reasoning for the drop in that percentage? Thanks.
So Tim's going to first answer, and then I'm going to ask Carl to pipe in as well. So go ahead, Tim.
It was a result of discussion about not setting a goal that was too difficult, maybe to achieve, too much of a stretch. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And so there was a discussion from the committee, and again, I wasn't there, nor could I hear the discussion on the video, that there was some concern expressed by directors about the level of the goal. Perhaps that wasn't consistent with all the directors, but there was some concern expressed in the meeting about, is that too much of a stretch? And so that was one of the reasons. And I think Carl also has some data around how that might be achieved. If you want to speak to that, Carl, feel free.
Sure. What I would add to what Tim said is the reason the directors and staff members on the committee thought that this was too much of a stretch for 4 is I actually offered up some examples of how we as an organization might achieve that goal and without increasing rates, which obviously is not, there's not a huge appetite to be doing that right now when we've only just done it. And when you actually look to what would need to be done in terms of trimming expenses, I think that was a very persuasive argument that 4% was just too much. When you consider a percent is effectively over $1 million.
Okay. Jack, does that sound good, or do you have anything else?
I'm struggling with this because it was such a compelling argument for 4% last month. And I got that there was concern for rates, but I thought it was really around the rate increase, doing a rate increase. It was around doing it so quickly. So I'm a little concerned that there's not consistency there. And we're addressing the iterative approach, which makes sense, but I'm still not following the change. And I hear it's a $1 million increase. I'm okay with going to 3%, but it was like I said, it's such a compelling case that was made last month for the 4%.
Well, we also look back at history to see When was the last time LPA did that? I don't have that right up in front of me now, but it was some time, and it had only been done after a fairly sizable rate increase in the first year after it. So it's historically, we just haven't been there either in general. So that was part of the reason it seemed more prudent to step back. So I did hear that you're still thinking 4%, but you would support 3. So I'll leave it there and go ahead with next on the list is Joe. So Joe, if you'd go ahead.
Just question for Carl. Are you more comfortable with this, the stepped approach?
Yeah, very much so. I liked. I think the 3% as a long-term sustainable goal is a good. It's the right number to be looking at long term, but to give us these steps towards it, especially in these uncertain times, as a prudent measure, I like it, and also it will help us a lot with a baseline for the budget.
And then, I mean, if we went along, you hit this, and what, we'd hit it in 2023 or 2024?
5 or 4.
Okay.
I'm trying not to count my fingers, which is bad.
I'd like to make a motion. Do we need to mention all the goals in the motion then?
No, just the financial committee recommendation.
Okay. I'll move that we adopt the Finance and Audit Committee's financial goal recommendations.
And I would just add dated 07/09/20.
Okay.
I would second that, Holly.
Holly's seconded. So we have a motion to adopt these recommendations and a second. We certainly have time for further discussion. Does anybody else have any questions, comments, or other concerns about these goals? Kohler, go ahead.
Yeah, Tim, what was that last part you added on to the motion? I didn't hear that.
I just said, I gave it the date 07/09/20.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Yeah, just to verify that we have the right white paper, so to speak, in front of us. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the Finance Committee for taking another look at this. I think this is a really smart approach to step it like this. And as Tim said, these are goals. They're not set in concrete, but this just seems much more realistic to me.
All right, appreciate that. Kohler, you can take your hand down, and Joe as well. And does anybody else got a hand that they want to raise? All right. Well, I'm going to look for a voice vote on this as well, since it doesn't seem to be too controversial. We'll see how it goes. All those who are in favor of this motion to adopt these financial goals, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those who are opposed to these financial goals or wish to oppose, please unmute and say nay at this time. And does anybody want to abstain from this vote? Please acknowledge that. All right, it passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for that, and thank you, Finance Committee, for the good work. So, Tim, if you'd go on with the next piece of this.
All right, thank you, everyone. I'm back on page 84 in the report, and sorry I didn't explain that more carefully before, but I'm kind of just going through our agenda here. That's how these reports are written. And so I took the first one that needed some action was the financial goals, which we just passed, so thank you. The other one was that, let's see, as it states in the report that we, and Sue brought up a moment ago, the committee voted affirmatively to recommend to the board that KRTA 36, which is labeled electric revenue per kilowatt hour sold, be adopted to measure our progress in meeting the rate portion of our long term strategic goal. Sometimes we refer to it as the strategic goal. And essentially, we had a discussion about the fact that we have that in our goal, that we will be less expensive than 70% of our peer co-ops in Colorado. And we, as a board, I don't think had, no one could recall that we had ever adopted a way to measure that. So, and there could be a lot of different sort of competing metrics that might come up. You know, do we need to our own survey? Is it residential? Is it another rate tier or whatever? And so, and some time back, I think Britt had brought to us as a board, as a discussion, KRT TA 36 as a potential way to measure our progress in that regard, or whether we are close to meeting that goal. And so we discussed that, and the staff, Dan Harms, who was attending the committee meeting, mentioned that initially when staff had suggested this as the wording for our long-term strategic goal, that was in fact the measurement that they had planned or envisaged as being the one that should measure our progress. On that basis, we thought it would be wise to bring that recommendation to the board so the board could understand it, discuss it, and if the will of the board is to adopt this, that would provide us a way to measure where we are that is fairly uniform. That KRTA comes from the Form 7 and the CFC, I think it's a CFC, publishes this set of, I don't remember, there's 130 some key ratio trend analysis metrics that they publish, and this is one of them. And it essentially takes the total amount of revenue and or maybe it's kilowatt hours sold, and divides it by the electric revenue to come up with a ratio, essentially. And then it places ours within where we are, within the 22 other co-ops in Colorado. It also does it nationally, and I think it does it also within our G&T provider, right? So this one would be against Colorado peers, a very simple way to arrive at the ratio. And currently I think it doesn't come out exactly even because it's 22 divided by, there's 22 co-ops, so you don't get to exactly get the 70%, right? So at the moment, we are at the point where we would be, if it evenly divided, would be at 70%. And I think that's sixth in the state from the top least expensive based on this ratio. There is a write-up at the end of this that Britt had provided. Let me see where that is. What page is that?
Page 90.
That's page 90. I think you mentioned that before. It also has a graph. So there's more information there that you can peer into if you like. So I'll stop there. Sounds like people would rather discuss this before we have a motion. So maybe some discussion and questions can be asked, and either Britt, Carl, or myself can try and reply.
Okay, and Sue had asked why this KRTA and not the one that looks specifically at residential. And so just to address that right away, and I'll let Sue go ahead and of course expand on that, but we did discuss that, and Dan, who's not here, Dan Harms, he said this gives a more uniform balance because some co-ops tend to want to take more from commercial, or in particular, more from industrial than they do from residential, and kind of have perhaps industrial pop up residential in some way. So it wouldn't necessarily be a fair comparison if somebody was politically gaming it in some way. Or if you wanted to meet the goal, we could then raise our industrial or commercial higher and not raise residential, and therefore we'd meet the goal, but we wouldn't be doing it in perhaps a uniform way. Those are some of Dan's arguments. So now I'll go ahead with Kohler. You had your hand up first, so please go ahead.
I do support using that KRTA, but one of the things, excuse me, that was mentioned at the Finance Committee is that Carl could possibly get the Form 7 from all the co-ops, and it'd take him roughly 10 minutes to come up with the same answer, and it would be a lot more timely than waiting for the CFC to come out, because they could be up to a year behind. And I think it's a strong consideration, because there are a lot of things we're going to be doing right now and in the very near future that will affect this. So did you go any further on thinking about collecting those Form 7s and then doing that 10-minute calculation?
Yeah, Kola, we as a group of finance leaders, CFOs, are meeting next week, and what we're trying to do is a number of my peers think it's a good idea, but right now we only have about 7 or 8 of us, so we're trying to expand, because without everyone being involved, all 22, we're not going to get the information we would from the KRTAs. All 22 co-ops are signed up for our group. Unfortunately, it's usually only 16, 17 who participate each month. But I will be following up, and I will report out after the meeting next week.
Thank you.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, Form 7s are public information, aren't they? Carl?
Yes.
Yes.
So why do we need to wait for, why do we have to have people give us something? It's public information?
Because they're published in arrears, essentially. I mean, for example, this year, because of the COVID, they will be delayed, right? So right now, the latest KRTA we have is from 2018, year end, right?
Yeah.
2019 has not been fully compiled and published. This year will be delayed, so we're not sure when. And then Carl offered an opportunity to perhaps talk with all the members and just gather them and put it in and get it to us sooner.
Kirsten, the problem is there's no single place that they're put publicly available. CFC collects them, but I did a net search a few years ago when I was researching all this. I did find other sites that published them, but they were always, a year behind or something. There's just no place to get them, even though it's so-called public. That's the problem.
Okay, thank you. So I understand that the KRTA, someplace in here, you gave an educated guess of who you thought the 5 who were cheaper than us or less expensive than us were. It seems to me that doesn't have to be an educated guess. When we do pull those Form 7s together, we'll see who those folks are and who we can learn stuff from.
If we actually get the Form 7s, yes, no doubt about it. If it's just CFC information, they don't tell you who's or what.
I understand. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sue McWilliams, go ahead.
Okay, just a clarification, I wasn't wanting to compare the residential rate, which is ratio number 38. I was wondering why we weren't using ratio 37, which is the electric revenue per consumer. It seemed to me that it also includes all of the members, not just residential, but it gives a much different picture. And I don't know how many people actually have the KRTA pulled up in front of them, but instead of being 70%, we're about 50%. So the ratio is quite different. And, I don't know if this has been a full discussion at the board, all of the different ratios on the KRTA and how they impact this particular goal, but I think we want to be very realistic with our membership and definitely decide on one of the ratios to use each year. It just seemed to me like revenue might be more important than the revenue per kilowatt sold. And maybe somebody could clarify that for me.
My first thought on that, Sue, and then I'll ask for other people to have comments on that as well, is that the constituency of different co-ops is different. We do have some very large single members that could skew it, where if some other co-op, and Kit Carson's a good example of this, is virtually 97% in residential members and kind of thing, it would be skewed depending on that, because one of our really large industrial members will change things. So the only way it would seem to be fair if you were to do it between members would be to have some cross section, whether you were comparing equal numbers of members or something. That's my first thought. So I'll ask anybody else who can comment on that if they've thought about this as well.
Yeah, Brett, you've covered that really well. That will be severely skewed by your membership mix. I would think, I don't know if you saw these at Empire, Sue, but where Empire has, I think it's called CO2, the big pipeline, that is, I think, almost half of their load. So I think their revenue per consumer would be a very, very high number. But that doesn't mean that their per kilowatt hour rates are high. So I think 36, it's not perfect, but it's the best one there is, because you take two totals without that standalone, kilowatt hours and dollars, and there's not really, the mix will have some impact because obviously big industrials are generally lower, but I think that's the best one we have.
Any other comments to answer Sue in different ways, or more information, anybody? All right, Sue, anything else?
No, I just wanted to make sure it had been discussed with the entire board.
Okay, good, appreciate that. John Lee, if you would go ahead.
And to follow up from our new director training, Carl, we didn't get the anticipated June release of the 19. Okay, so when we want to say we don't want to skew things, and so we need to go to this, line 36. One member, one vote would lend more towards 38. We have more residential customers, so if we're doing the most amount of good for the most amount of members without being specific to their type of rate, then it seems to me like we shouldn't use 36. It would be more of a 37 or 38 was my takeaway from training the other day. And to not try to meld it in and say, oh, we're going to do it with large people and small people. If you're a net zero home and you're a member, you have a vote. And it doesn't seem like we're, by using 36, doing that. I prefer something like 38.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments, or I'm still waiting for a potential motion and future discussion as well. Sue, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I put it down.
Okay.
Britt, I would just say that.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, the industrial larger members, all the commercial members, they all have a vote as well. It's not just limited to residential. And so I think we have to include all members and all sales and not focus on one. Our goal does not say residential customers. It talks about us as a co-op and in its entirety. And so I think 36 is the best we can do, given what kind of data that we could rely upon that's readily available, and it gives the best picture of where we are in terms of the revenue with regards to our peers in Colorado. I still feel strongly this is probably the best one that we could do within those limitations.
Okay, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. What do we hear from CFC? These are their KRTAs. Have we talked with them?
Kirsten asked, what have we heard from CFC about the KRTA's release date?
Did we tell them what we're trying to do with it, and they say, "Oh, yeah, that's a good idea," or "No, you might do something else"?
Yeah, did you catch that? Have we talked to CFC about the utilization of this KRTA in this manner?
I have not. I think they make it very clear that these are a group of ratios for the co-ops to use as management tools in a way that they see fit. There's in terms of how you use them, that's very much up to us as a management and you as a board.
Wait, I'm asking if, I know last year I attended a KRTA. This is how we use our KRTAs, and this is how you might want to think about them. I don't remember these ones specifically, but it's a resource out there that we just might want to ask, hey, this is what we're trying to do. This is how we're doing it. I think 36 might do it. Everything skews one way or the other. So because we have big numbers, many kilowatts who go to our industrials, kilowatt hours, that go to our industrial customers, then it's kind of 36 kind of skews it down because we now have less, because we collect less revenue from our bigger customers. 38 makes it go up a little bit because we have fewer members in that category. So it's everything skews something. We have a resource in CFC. I think it's worthwhile just asking them. I think it's great. Once we decide on one, it really doesn't matter because it'll just be, let's just track this one, and 36 might be it. But I would like to have a brief discussion with CFC to see what they have to say about it. Thank you.
Yeah, Kirsten, I think that's a good suggestion, and we work really well with Chip, so we'll give him a call and just run this by him. So thank you.
Just say, and I'm not trying to out-credential you, Kirsten, because that wouldn't be nice. But CFC runs some KRTA courses, and they do 3, and I've done them all. And the utilization and how you use them is real, especially on the 3rd one. It's like a case study. It's not so much just how do you get there, calculate them, which the first 2 are. The 3rd one is taking them and using them in a hypothetical situation. So with that in mind, I'm not saying I won't be talking to Chip. I talk to him frequently, but with that in mind, how your particular co-op and its mix of members impacts all of these ratios. That's a key part of the learning that you do. And with that in mind, that's why 36 is the best one from a theoretical point of view, because it's everything divided by everything, if that makes sense. But it can be skewed, but in terms of our mix of members and how our kilowatt hours and dollars are divided, we are pretty much normal. We're pretty average for a rural cooperative.
Okay, Kohler, would you go ahead?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, then I'll make a motion. And my comment is that when we first started this strategic goal, Dan Harms did quite a bit of homework on figuring out exactly what we should use for the comparison. And if we want to change it from 36, I think we need to have him present to talk to us and give us that background again, because he did a lot of the stuff that we're addressing right now. So with that being said, I will make a motion that we go forward and use the KRTA 36 for our strategic goal.
This is Jack. I second it.
Okay, the motion has been made by Kohler and seconded by Jack. Now we're going into the time of further discussion for this motion on the floor. Jack, you have your hand up. Would you go ahead?
Yeah, just to, when we're looking at these others, and I thank you, Kohler, for mentioning, because Dan did do a great deal of research and recommended 36. And part of what I remember in our discussions around KRTAs, why I like 36 is you're using 3 factors: electric revenue, the kilowatt hours sold, and as well as the number of co-ops. So you bring in those 3, you're more likely to have a stronger means of measurement and a yardstick and that's going to be more stable than saying 1 or 2 factors. So that is the conversation I remember around that. And I think Carl, said that to some extent earlier, but that we do have those 3 factors gives us something more tangible and stable to measure our goal with. So that's why I support 36.
All right. Sue, would you go ahead?
Yes, I still have concerns with using 36, and I guess I have a question, because being new on the board, I don't know if this has happened or not, but has the board had an in-depth discussion of the KRTA as presented and looked at all of the different scenarios that might impact this particular goal? Personally, to me, this goal, when we put it out to our membership, really is meaningless, because they have no idea what 70% of our peers are or what we are using as our base. So when I was running for office, then people were super confused by this strategic goal, and I'm not sure it's meaningful to our membership. Additionally, I do have other concerns with the KRTA as we get further down into like the operating margins in there. So I didn't know if the board has already had an in-depth discussion on the KRTA.
Well, we had once sort of a course, you might say, in one of our committee of the whole, as I recall, where somebody who works for CFC, I believe, did come in, and we went through all and got a nice packet that I still have filed in my cabinet here about all the details. And then occasionally we've gone back and discussed in general what they are. We have never honed in on this specific one and how you would use it. But it's always been one of the ones when we get a highlight packet that just picks out a handful of the important KRTAs. It's, as I recall, often one that appears. Does anybody else have further information on Sue's question about have we been educated on this particular one in the past or on KRTAs in the past?
This is Tim, and yeah, I've only been on the board a couple of years, and I went through when I think it was someone from CFC came and talked to us about it, like Britt mentioned, and the previous CFO spent at least 2 different board meetings going over ones that he thought were very key, and the methodology, and to some degree the purpose of it. So I think there has been some, but there probably could be more education around the KRTAs for the board. I think one other thing I would just say about this, the utilization of this, is that, I'm pretty certain that Dan and the staff who proposed this had this in mind, utilization of this. That's what they've told us. That's what they told us kind of at the beginning, and later, and he confirmed it again in the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, that this was sort of the metric that they were leaning towards and suggesting that. rate part of our strategic goal, and that's what we acted upon. And I in this Finance and Audit Committee meeting, it was brought up that we should basically adopt it by the board so that there isn't that confusion that you just mentioned, and that we can point to it, and it'll be a fairly straightforward, not independent, right? Not something that we both formulate as a measurement, and then we also are the ones that publish the measurement. This is independent, by CFC, who compiles this from other co-ops, and they can say, oh, you're 16, or you're 15, or you're 17, or whatever, in this list of 22. And that, I think, is an important element of being able to talk to our constituents and say, here's how we measure that, here's where we are, it's done independently. So I feel like that, again, we can't get perfect on it, but we're pretty close. That's my feeling.
Nadine, I believe you were involved in the very early discussions of this. I remember meeting with you and Dan way long time ago when we were sort of brainstorming some of this. What do you have on the background of this?
Yeah, I agree. We did a lot of research, and we did present to you as the board. Dan did the in-depth what the KRTA was and why we chose it. And it is what you have all said at this point, that it does include all of our membership. And it was the best one we thought would work. And I think that was before we started recording meetings, or it might have been our first one, because that would be fun to go back and actually look at. I'll have to go look and see if we have a recording of it where we can look at that. But we did do an in-depth study, talked about it, and Dan did present that to the board. So to answer Sue's question, I would say the board was educated on the KRTA and why that specific one was recommended.
But in defense of the board at that time, it's we were all a little bit gobsmacked about setting strategic goals and eventually getting the vote that we did. So we probably didn't at that time say, okay, not only are these strategic goals, but here's how we're going to do them. And of course, the carbon one we knew was going to take a while. We probably could have acted on this one sooner, but never did.
Yeah, and I think it's a challenging goal because it's a hard thing to measure, and there are going to be problems with whichever one. So this was the best one that Dan and his whole team worked on that, could come up with. So.
Okay, thank you, Nadine. A couple more comments and we probably need to go to a vote. I've got Jack Turner up next.
Yeah, Brett, just to answer Sue's questions in a couple parts, and to the point you made when we went through all 145 ratios, I don't know how many years ago that was. I think we were, by the time we got to 145th, it was sinking in. So I think years after that, annually, the ratios are presented to us, and then whatever the CFO thought was more pertinent and condensed so that we could retain it was what was presented to us. So yes, we've had discussions, and again, I reiterated around 36, somehow what comes to mind is that it used a number of factors for that, and that was more important than using a single or double. As far as the carbon footprint goal goes, to the same what Sue said about confusion, when we went on the road, and I did participate in Pagosa as well as District 4 and Forest Lakes, when people maybe it's more of a and I think it is a communication thing around the 70%. When people at those meetings realized what that meant, there was a lot of positive affirmation to that goal. When people realize we're trying to keep their rates low as well around this carbon footprint goal, it was really well received. And so that may be maybe a communication thing, but I think it's an important part. And we're the only tri-state system that has a carbon footprint goal and also a cap on the rates. So I think that's a really good selling point, and we maybe need just to communicate more that we are keeping the rates in check, and we are comparing with others, and we're not going to go above this amount. So that's what I would encourage, is just to continue to communicate what that means, And I think we'll find that it'll be positively well received. Thanks.
Thank you, Jack. And the last word before we take a vote is Kohler.
Thank you. Nadine, I don't think when we discussed it, it was recorded, because I think it was in a committee of the whole meeting that Dan really went into depth on this. So I don't think you're going to find the recording. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And then somewhere I thought I saw a communication that kind of explained why we used that KRTA, and I thought it was very, very good. So backing up what Jack said, the communication is going to be very, very important so that our members will understand. And then I do believe that going forward, we have that consistency of using the same one, year after year. So that's just my input on that.
All right, well, let me just try a voice vote first, because if we're not anonymous, we certainly can record who is voting one way or another. So at this time, all those who are in favor of this motion to adopt KRTA 36 as a method by which we measure our financial goal of our strategic plan, please unmute and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay, quite a few. Now, those who are not in favor of adopting this goal at this time, please unmute and say nay.
I abstain.
All right, we have no nays, and John Lee has abstained from this vote. So it looks to me like it would be 11 in favor and 1 abstention. Okay, thank you so much for that. That's an interesting one to get through. There was one other thing that the Finance Committee had discussed, and that would be on Tim's page, I see it, page 85 of 152, the on-bill financing. So Tim, if you could address that, we'll see if we can get this last recommendation done.
All right, thank you everyone for hanging in here, and it's good work. On bill financing, there is and the policy itself was attached to this packet for the Finance Audit Committee. But at present, we have a policy 304 that provides for a convenience for members whereby they could pay for improvements within their home or premises, whereby they would pay through their normal LPA bill, and we would remit that to a bank who provided them with the finance. So this policy and the methodology does not entail LPA making any loans or taking any risk associated with making loans or collecting any interest or anything. What we do is simply provide a conduit for the convenience of someone to pay their bill through their energy efficiency or beneficial electrification investments through a bank, through our bill, right? So the lender there's one lender that participates in this program at the moment, and they approached us and said they would like to essentially offer to their customers the ability to put in distributed generation, rooftop solar, for example, or batteries, and that the current policy did not allow that. And so they asked us if we would look at that and see if there was a chance for any change. And so we discussed that in the committee, and essentially are making a recommendation that we eliminate a clause J, which basically prohibits the utilization of this program for rooftop solar, for example. And then we'd add distributed generation projects to clause H, which is the clause that tells what it's allowed for. There's really no fiscal impact to LPA. It would, from implementation of this, at least administratively, and it allows the the potential for us to meet our carbon goal, carbon aspect of the strategic goal, as well as some of our other strategic goals around things like increased electrification, beneficial electrification, and so forth. So it seems like an easy fix that would allow the bank to go ahead. And then, of course, then the finance department and the bank would work together to implement any changes on that, which don't seem onerous. So it seems easy, but I'm mindful of 12 directors all wanting to basically chime in. So I'll leave it at that.
Right. And I'll add that in general, we're planning on using our policy committee for a lot of things, but this one, since it was specifically asked by the bank through Carl to the finance committee, we thought it might be non-controversial and easy enough that we could just add that single thing in. So now we'll open it up for a possible motion and discussion. Shay, you're up first. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just have a clarification point. I was looking at the policy and I think it's actually modifying clause I as opposed to H. And I just wanted to confirm that and make sure that that was stated. I don't think that there's any problem with addressing it at this point or anything like that. I just wanted to clarify the clause.
Yeah, it was to remove J in its entirety and to add distributed generation projects to I. I think that's what it specifically is.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're correct. Thanks for being a good lawyer.
Thank you for catching that and clarifying that. Then Kohler, go ahead.
A couple things. One thing is I noticed in the CREA report that CREA is going to address online financing. I don't know if Jack can elaborate on what their discussion was, if there's any issues or not. And then if I remember right, somebody mentioned that this would follow the meter, not the individual, as far as who is liable for paying that in the case of a default. And that's one thing I want to make really positive sure that if they get into these big numbers and we do solar on the roof or something like that, that the responsibility does not lay on LPEA.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Carl to answer that first part, and then we'll bring Jack in to tell us what the heck CRA is doing with this too. Now, Carl, we did talk about this briefly in the committee meeting, and I think you were asked, currently, do these loans follow the meter or the person? So if you'd go ahead and answer that.
I believe that there's a little confusion, and there is a possibility, if we're not administered correctly, that it will follow the meter, which is not appropriate. And one thing we will need to make sure with whichever banking partner we do this with is to make sure that the person who took out the loan remains responsible for it.
Is there any problem with how our agreement with the bank is now? So is that something you will have to pursue?
The agreement is not a problem. It's purely in the administration, which is why we may end up partnering with another bank. But I'm hopeful that we can get those wrinkles ironed out.
Okay, Kohler, we are in agreement with you, and we want to make sure that any relationship we have with the bank clarifies that.
So should we just table this till we get the answer for that?
Carl, can you answer that?
I don't think it's an issue of that we have a risk, because if we don't feel that they can do this for us, then we've got another bank lined up who can. So as the policy does not specify an actual bank, I would prefer to move ahead.
All right, Jack, could you unmute and tell us what you know about CRA looking into on-bill financing and if it has any impact on this?
No, and I'm trying to. I was already ahead looking at what I think the online finance bill was postponed because of the of COVID, and the law is such today that utilities cannot serve as we cannot we can't be a bank and serve as serve loans, and this was an attempt to change that. So what we're doing is consistent with the law, and to have it and to add distributed generation is probably no big deal. They're actually using us, and there's another co-op, and I forget who they are in Colorado, that's also using the same sort of program. But it's really just so that the law or the proposed bill is so that we don't have to go through a bank to do this, if I remember right.
Right. Could I just add on that point that what came out of the CREA report and what I've learned is that this is a proposed bill to legislature, and that CREA would take a position on that, but they haven't because it's not going to likely appear until next year's session. And Jack is also correct in that by law, a rural electric cooperative cannot lend money, cannot act as a bank. That's part of the statute. So this particular avenue that we have is letting the banks do what they do best, and we, who have a relationship on billing, can act as a conduit and a convenience, right? There's no requirement or anything like that. So somebody could still pay the bank separately or not include us. So.
Yeah, to follow in before I'll get back to you, caller, the bank is the one who decides whether or not they'll take a risk on this person. And the bank, to my knowledge, has had a limitation on how much they're willing to loan under this program. And that still at this point would be up to the bank. So caller, if you'd go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't lower my hand. You answered my questions.
All right, great. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Carl, you said that the intention was to not have this go with the meter, to have it follow the initial borrower. I thought the goal of this was to have it stay with the meter so that you can do a bigger project that'll stay with the house or stay with the project, and than you would if you were just doing it yourself. That it gives you a longer time frame to do your payback on. So I thought the whole goal was to have this follow the meter. Please educate me.
Well, my concern would be that if the person defaults and you have it tied to the meter, there could be a lien possibly put on that meter, which would then have direct effect on LPEA, which I would not be in favor of. I want it to follow that individual, and the bank deals with that individual, and LPEA is left out of any kind of a default process or effect from a default. And that's where I was.
Carl, anything else to add to that?
I know Shay has a hand up, and I'd be interested in seeing what she's got to say.
All right, Shay, if you would go ahead.
So I assisted in setting up this program. The program is, as you stated, it's for a maximum amount of money at this point, and and I think one of the reasons why distributed generation projects was not included at the initial phase was just because of the amount of the loan, and it was limited so that the bank didn't think that they could make distributed generation projects feasible. And the way that the agreement is set up and the way that the program works is that the bank is responsible for approving the loans and for handling the loan documents and for handling the collections. And because they are specific to individuals, it is in essence a personal loan, just like if you were going to go down and get a non-recourse personal loan from a bank for another purpose. And so it doesn't follow the meter, and that's how this program needs to be at this point. We could look into it in the future. I know Carl's saying that they are talking to other banks and have other opportunities. But if we are going to comply with the current program and with the current needs of the agreement, it's going to be essentially a non-recourse loan that stays with the member. And the other thing that we set up and made clear with the bank is that they're responsible for collections. And although this is something that is included on the member's bill, and so if you pay, whenever you pay the bill, you pay for your electric, and then you also pay for the monthly charge associated with the loan. And then whenever La Plata records that, they put the first part of the money towards the electric bill, and then any leftover money goes towards the loan. So if you short pay on a month, we're paying the bill. And so we made it clear that the money comes off the top for payment of the bill, then it goes to payment of the loan. If it's short, we report that to the bank so that they can undertake collection actions. And that avoids the opportunity for a lien being placed on any property that might be La Plata's, those kind of concerns like that. So that's how this program is set up. There are other options for on-bill financing that would include having liens placed on properties and things going forward, but that's not the agreement that we have with this current bank and the current setup that we've got.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Rachel, we're still, by the way, looking for a motion and further discussion or whatever. We'll see how it goes. But Rachel, you're up next. Go ahead.
That was an accident.
All right, Sue?
Well, it sounds to me like there's quite a bit more discussion to this policy than was originally intended. So I guess my motion would be to defer it back to the policy committee. And in that committee, I would also like to see them discuss some of the financing issues. Right now, we only have the one bank, but if we added 2 or 3 others, I think we need to make it very clear what Shay and Kohler are saying, that any agreement with banks does need to be go with the borrower, not the meter. So I move we table this discussion and send it to the policy committee.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to table this discussion and send this to the policy committee. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion on the motion to table this? Okay, Sue, I'm up to Dan Huntington, you're up next. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no discussion on the tabling deal. It's done with, but I just wanted to make a comment that, like Shay said, we maybe need to change our agreements with the bank that a lien is put on that property for that anything very large, $3,500, not too much, but we go to putting on permanent fixtures like solar, heat pumps, that type of stuff, that stays with the property, and that needs to be deed of trust and liens put on that property so that any future buyer is aware that that money is to be paid or that's in the cost of the purchase price.
All right, Shay, real quick, can you remind me of
Britt,
Robert's rule of orders for the tabling of a motion?
Britt, can you hear me, Britt?
Yeah, hang on just a minute, Shay.
Sorry, and there was kind of some overlap. My understanding is your question, what are the rules of, or Robert's rules on a motion to table?
A motion to table.
Thank you. So for motions to table, you don't have discussion on that. You go ahead and take the vote and you either move to table it or not, or you pass the motion to table or not.
Okay, I appreciate that. So at this time, there's a motion to table, which has been seconded. All those who are in favor of tabling, if you would please unmute and say aye, I would appreciate it.
Aye.
Aye.
Sounds like quite a few. I won't count those. I'll count the nays then. All those who would like not to table this, please unmute and say nay at this time. I got one.
Nay.
All right, we'll have to count then. So all those who are saying nay, please hold up your hand and I'll go through and count. One is Britt. One is
Jack.
Bob. One is Jack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6-6 is what I got. So that means the motion fails. Is that how you?
No, I was going to abstain because I didn't get to ask I had a question about postponing it. So I'm abstaining.
So it's 6-5 with 1 abstention. So that motion passed. So we will table this and pass it to the policy committee to get all these questions answered and to see if they need to change the text in that.
I thought you said 6 nays.
Rachel abstained. Did you abstain from a nay or a yay, Rachel?
I think I just abstain, right?
Right.
Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure I didn't count you in the correct way.
Oh, I think I actually don't know.
All
We should
right.
redo that. Let's redo
We're going to
that.
count all those who are in favor of the motion to table, starting this again to get the count correct. Please, all those who are in favor of the motion to table, please raise your hand and I'll go count on my screen. I've got Kohler, Joe, John, Sue, Dan, that's 5. Are there any, did I miss anybody who wants to table this? So that motion does look like it failed then. Pardon me for miscounting which way Rachel went. I messed up. So we don't have any other motion on the table right now, but we still have discussion going on about this general subject. Jack, would you go ahead?
Yeah, so then I will move that we approve the recommendation from the Finance and Audit Committee to eliminate, is it J there? I lost
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It is J, and we add 3 words to I.
That's my motion.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second for that? Tim has seconded it. Okay, there's a motion made and seconded, and now we'll have discussion on that. Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to speak in favor of this. This, as it is written, is limited to the on-bill financing that we're doing with this current bank. Oh, I think if they're asking for this change, I think it makes sense. I think it is a size amount. So I am voting in favor of this. In addition, I would like us to see us pursue programs that do go with the meter. So when you look at in Colorado, there's PACE. There's some other things that stay with the house and allow you to do stuff that you might not be able to do if you're on a short time frame. I would like to do that. Thank you.
All right. Jack Turner, go ahead.
My bad, I forgot to lower my.
All right, Holly, it's your turn.
Great, thank you. I do have a pretty good wealth of information about the PAYS program, which is called Pay As You Save. And it's kind of a new evolution of the on-bill financing program. And it follows the same basic format, except it does specifically get tied to the meter and not to an individual's credit. So I can get some of that information out to you. I did send some of it just for your informational purposes last Thursday or Friday. But it's typically billed as being much more inclusive, but because it is able to include people who are renting and whatnot, it's tied to the meter, not to the person.
And Holly, as I recall, one of the things that made that program work so that somebody couldn't stick a future owner with something they didn't want is that the improvements had to actually in some way reduce costs so that they would be covered in normal expenses.
Correct.
That's what made it work.
Yes, sir. The way they're typically written is that it would be your typical monthly payment that you would pay anyway, the payment on the loan, and a cost savings.
Okay, yeah, that might be something that we would direct to the Finance Committee, or if all it needed was a potential policy to be written, if there's something like that could be done. So that should be something that's on somebody's future agenda. So I appreciate you pushing it and hope you'll continue to do that. Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I'm trying to wrap my head around is, so we've got this policy, which is it's actually a program. It's kind of governing a program. But then I'm hearing all these additional types of programs. And so is it, if we pass 304 with the modifications, is it exclusive that we can't do, can we still look at these other pieces? Does that get cumbersome and confusing the customer? I'm just trying to think.
Well, in my way of reading it, and of course, Shay could probably answer better, this is a pretty narrow program and it wouldn't have any impact on other programs that we would adopt. Shay, is that how you read this?
That's correct. So if you look at this, the policy is to collaborate with a bank to provide a program. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that we're going to try to put together a program to give members this option. If we come up with something either better or in addition to, we can do any number of things. Modify this policy to address that specific program that we're looking at implementing have a new policy that would implement it. This is something that's designed to provide an option, not to be a restriction on other options.
Okay, Rachel, you good?
Good.
All right, Bob Lynch, go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully we can just move along and vote on this, because I think there are lots of surrounding issues and other things we might do in the future, but this is just all about adding 3 words to an existing policy, an existing program that lets distributed generation be part of on-bill financing. That's all we're doing. So it's an incremental change to an existing program. I think if we just think about voting on that, it's fairly straightforward. So I'm going to support that.
Okay, I agree with you, Bob. Sorry to let this drag on. Sometimes I'm not as good as I need to about making things go. But with what Bob said, we're going to vote on this now. So all those who are in favor of the change to this policy that strikes Clause J and moves the 3 words distributed generation projects to the appropriate place in Clause I, please say so. Unmute now and say aye and hold up your hand, and I'm going to count them. Aye.
Aye. Aye, Jack.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, counting Jack. Oh, and I think Dan jumped up. Dan's in there as well. Okay, so that does pass. Karis, did you catch all of those? And of course, you can listen to the recording to see that you do. Now I'm going to ask for all those who are not in favor of this motion to unmute and say nay at this time, and I'll see if I can catch who that is. Who is not in favor of this motion, say nay or indicate by waving a hand at me. Okay, so nobody's not in favor of it, so I perhaps didn't count right. Does anybody abstain? All right, Kara said that makes it easy. It passed unanimously. Okay, now looking ahead at the agenda at 10 minutes to 3, we will be taking a break. And then after that, we'll be coming back with our attorney to talk about the PUC case and of course the recent ALJ ruling and all. Before then, we still have some room, I think, to make some additional progress. I think we finished with anything to do with the Financial and Audit Committee. That was a lot of work, but I'm glad we got there. The next is the Policy Committee has been formed. Dan Huntington is the chair of that committee. We haven't directed many policies to them, but now there's a request specifically that policy 201 on the financial management and goals be slightly rewritten to accommodate this white paper. And I would suggest, Dan, that you would take this white paper and you would do the editing on it that you would need to make it work with this policy with Shay's help. Tim will send you this white paper in a Word document so that you'll have something to work with. And of course, you'll be able to get policy 201. Now, since you've got this specific chore, I know that Gwen had given you a list of things they were considering to think on, and it's possible that Shay will have some other ideas for policies that need to be changed. So it's up to you how and when to put together a Zoom meeting to start addressing these policies, but I think you're tasked to get that done now. Dan, do you have any questions? Unmute, Dan, and if you were going to make a comment.
Yes, I haven't received a thing from Gwen or anything on any policies. I know the Financial Committee is requesting one, and I think we need to review this on-bill financing policy.
Okay.
See if we need any changes on it.
All right, I do have the information Gwen sent to me. I will make a note to myself now to send that on to you. It was just something that the policies that they were thinking of you looking. So I will send that on to you. My apologies for not getting that out. Okay, I got that note made.
Then I'll get with the committee and Jessica and Shay and set up a meeting.
All right, appreciate that.
What's the possibilities of having face-to-face meetings? This Zoom is not working for me at all.
Yeah, I can tell you've got some bandwidth issues out there. We've got a lot of people who are going to be interested in the broadband stuff. I can see actually Amanda was one of those too. She was having some trouble cutting in and out. I think, you know, you can discuss with staff how to do that. My opinion is that you could do that because you can spread out in the boardroom. There's enough room there and they have good air circulation. And you just would have a mask as you come and go. And then when you're in the room spread out, you can demask, conduct business, that sort of thing. So I'll let you be the final arbiter with staff on how to hold those meetings. You wouldn't be able to let public come into them. Not that you necessarily have much public paying attention to policy sort of meetings anyway.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is that we know there's been a lot of discussion about broadband committee and we know staff has been thinking about this. So I'm going to ask Jessica what the status and her thoughts on that are. Jessica?
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we mentioned this before. We're going to bring a proposal for the board to look at in August with a timeline. It's important to us as well, but we want to do it right. And so we've been talking to a lot of other co-ops and the Colorado State Broadband Office to get a better sense of how they would suggest we go about doing this in an effective way. So Ryan and Dan have been doing that, and we've been having phone calls. And so we'll bring a proposal to the board in August, like I said, with the timeline.
All right, so board, we will need some volunteers to serve on that committee, and be aware that our policy does require one member of the executive committee to be on it, as well as others who have interest from the board. So we will be asking for volunteers after the presentation that's made in August on this, and then we'll see if we can set that committee up and go forward. So appreciate that. Okay, next item on the agenda is stuff that we will deal with after we talk to our attorney. That's consideration of the wholesale power contract. I think at this time, we'll just skip by that because we're hoping to be about this point after we talk to the attorney, and then probably have an executive session to see if there are any actions we need to take. Next would be the miscellaneous board items that we may have to take action on. The first one is resolution 2020-12, and that's CFC paying agent services authorization. Can anybody tell me what page that is in our board packet?
99.
97.
And I got two of them, 99 and 97. In my case, it's
97.
97 for me is blank, and then there's another blank page, and then I get to a CFC member center heading with a bunch of text. So I guess that's the thing, correct? All right, so we've got a cover page since it's a board resolution on page 97, but the text of it starts on page 99.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm looking at a motion to pass this and then have discussion on it. Who do we have out there who's willing to discuss this or make a motion or do something with it? Please.
I'll move to approve this resolution.
All right, Dan moves to approve resolution 2020-12, and
Rachel seconds.
Rachel seconds it. Is there any discussion on resolution 2020-12 CFC paying agent? What's this all about, by the way? I've not caught up too well. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, it's about, well, I'll let Carl explain it, but it's really about authorization to move money around.
All right. Carl, more details?
Yeah, essentially, I have access to CFC's online portal, and I discovered recently when I was needed to fill in a survey for them for online compliance for 2019, that we did not have the full access that someone in my position would normally have. And then we filled in the form, and then they said you needed a board resolution. So this is essentially what this is for.
Aha, so we could really tie your hands here if we were being mean.
Well, it's taken me nearly 6 months to notice, so maybe not.
Maybe not. All right, well, I appreciate that. We do need to be doing things correctly and give you the authorizations you need. Is there any more discussion on this? Tim.
So in the resolution, it says on page, what is it, page 90, no, page 100. The resolution shall remain in full force effect until CFC is provided with a written copy of resolutions rescinding or modifying these resolutions. And I just wonder if we passed something like that before, why do we have to redo it? And is that the wisest thing? We've passed a number of these kinds of things, authorizations for financial control. I'm very wary. In all those cases before, we've questioned anything that said it goes on forever, right? So I'm just concerned about any time we have to basically opt back out versus get renewed or something like that. Because people change, things change, that kind of stuff. I don't like that we have this going on until we specifically rescind it. I think it should have some time frame, put it that way.
And follow up, Carl, is your name specifically in this so that it applies to you, but wouldn't apply to somebody else?
Yeah.
Which paragraph is that?
It's I think it's an appendix at the end.
Okay,
on
got it.
page 101.
Got it. So this ties to people, but not to dates. Okay.
Yeah, and I would say Tim's point is a very valid one, and obviously we're all particularly aware of doing everything we can to mitigate against any financial misconduct, but it would be impossible for any of those people named to access our accounts if they were not with the organization anymore because of, Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know, and I'm sure all of us have had this experience where if you try and log into your bank account from a different IP address, it doesn't like it, and you will be asked to go through another factor of security. And we also have a piece of equipment, that CF's equipment is rather a grand word. It's one of those like electronic dongle things. And anyone who leaves the LPEA, including me and Jessica, if that was the case, we would have to return that.
So Drew, what we're asking is, do we need to do this every year for security purposes, or is somehow this a secure resolution kind of by itself because of these other methods that are out there?
And so give me that context a little bit more, Carl.
I'm just saying that if we, when you log into, a bank or a secure transaction,
right?
If you do that from a different IP address, it would be flagged, and you wouldn't.
Yeah, but are you talking? But are you talking about with our banks?
Yeah, with CFC.
Gotcha. I can't speak to theirs specifically.
Okay.
Is a dongle specifically needed to have available to you to make a connection to CFC?
Not to make a connection, but to perform a transaction, yes.
And if any employee is not with LPEA, they have to return that dongle?
Yes. Same with Bank of Colorado.
Okay. Okay, Tim.
So again, I appreciate those security controls. I wasn't necessarily specifically referring to those. I just think that anytime we set up a resolution that goes on forever, and we then have to take some action, we're going to forget, right? I mean, you encountered this after 6 months or something, right? I think it would be better to make it incumbent on them to remind us every 3 years or something. We have to renew this.
And you make an amendment then to modify this?
The attention of the finance committee or or the finance department or whatever, and you look at it and you say, do we even need this or whatever, right? So that's just a suggestion of a better practice.
Tim, would you be willing to make a amendment to this motion to modify this?
Okay, I would move that we alter the resolve that this resolution shall remain in full force effect until for 3 years. At which time CFC could ask us for a reauthorization or a new resolution reauthorizing. I don't know. Maybe Shay would. Maybe I'm being, from a legal standpoint, that's not a very good wording or something. So.
Yeah, well, they could clean up the wording if the intent is put in there. The intent is to make this in effect for 3 years. So that's the motion to amend. Is there a second to that motion to amend?
Second by Cole.
Kohler seconds that. Shay, do you have any comment on just this process, and is this okay to be doing this the way you see it? And you would work with staff to clean this up to get the concept of 3 years in here?
Thank you. And I really do appreciate Director Wheeler's concern. However, I will state that it's probably unlikely that CFC would accept the resolution as modified because that puts it incumbent on them to tickle that system on their calendar and to keep track of an expiring resolution. And I don't think that they would be set up to do that. And so my guess is if you present this resolution to them, they would decline to provide the authorization and would require the language that they proposed. An alternative would be that this is something that, yes, we do have concerns about losing track of it on our end, and the more prudent practice, if we're concerned about that, is to set this up for a yearly review to see if we need to remove the authorizations.
How is that yearly renew setup handled? Is there some regular queue that LPA has that these things are tagged?
So I do believe that staff has a system of things that they kind of put on the agendas.
All right. Jessica, do you have the tool to somehow make sure that this is looked at on a yearly basis?
Yeah, I think we could definitely do that. And I would agree that knowing CFC, this is blanket language for all their co-ops in the United States. And I doubt that they would, be willing to change this for us. But to Tim's point, it's a good, I think, business opportunity to make sure we're up to date as well. So we can definitely do that and make sure we do a yearly review.
Hearing this, Tim, you would like us to vote on this, or you?
No, I'll withdraw the motion. I think that's perfectly acceptable. Shay's got a good suggestion.
All right, and whoever seconded this, would you accept the withdrawal of this motion?
Yes.
All right, now we have this original motion for after this of 2020-12 on the table. There's more discussion. Dan Huntington, go ahead.
Yeah, we've changed this twice in the since Jessica came. She ran into the same deal. Right after she came, we had to do this. And then when Rachel left, I think we had to redo it to get Monica on this. So this is nothing new. It's just a standard form that us as LPEA need to maybe review this annually, which is flag it and we can move on.
All right, John Lee, go ahead.
On page 98 at the bottom, the last resolve is that the CEO or these named people on behalf are going to be able to submit an amended list from time to time. So it seems to me when I've seen something like this before, it's because there was nobody around to submit a new list to put any one of them back on. So that's why they're needing a new resolution. This isn't going to give them carte blanche to do everything and forever. It's going to come back incumbent on the staff that when one of those 4 people leaves, that they send a letter in saying, they are no longer working. And I think it's protecting itself under there to change that list as a regular staff function. And this is only needed because there's an absolute void of common people who were on that list last time, which is what Carl was referencing. Took 6 months for them to recognize that he wasn't on that list. So it seems like just a regular order of business from my perspective.
Okay, yeah, probably nobody was on that list. That's the situation. All right. Are there any more comments on this? Okay, let's go ahead and move it to a vote. All those in favor of the passage of this resolution 2020-12, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those opposed, please unmute and say no. And any abstentions? No. All right, it passed unanimously. It's 2:20. We can go on to appoint the Plata County and Archuleta County Fair delegates. Who's got that? Jessica, do you have the information on that to address this item?
Yes, and I believe Hillary has more of the information for this one. Her group is the one who sponsors this event.
Okay, Hillary, are you out there? Wake up. Turn on your video.
Yes,
and
sorry,
talk to us.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
We can't see you though.
Yeah, I've been having to move around a little bit today, but I
Okay.
am resettled. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. And apologies, can you please repeat what was required?
This is the agenda item where we need to appoint the Plata County and Archuleta County Fair delegates. So we need to know what we need to do and what's going on with this, and you might know.
I'm sorry, this was not on my radar as an agenda item for me during this meeting. It's not something that I've done before. Nadine, do you know more about this?
Let me try help. Actually, Karis, don't you have the details for that? So every fall, and I believe Kohler, you represented last year, we assign a delegate for the fair to go in and actually purchase one of the 4-H programs.
And is the fair even happening this year? Because I have not gotten confirmation that it is going ahead.
I think that's the issue. We do it at both county fairs and we bid on a 4-H animal. And I don't have any certainty that they're going to have that. Certainly not live or not in the format before.
Yeah, I know. I have Jeannie is watching and she's not seen anything about it yet.
Yeah,
I would proceed as if it was. I've heard that it is.
Okay.
I would just go ahead and appoint the delegates.
There's a fair chance it will happen.
Pardon me, Tim?
There's a fair chance it will happen.
A fair chance it will happen. Okay. Pardon me for pardoning me.
Fairly well.
There's a lumpy chance.
Let me ask then, if it goes on, and they may do it via Zoom this year just to sell animals, because if you got if the animal's ready to sell this year, you got to sell it. It may be happening in some way that's not touched. However, LPA historically has provided some money to help this out as part of our community activities. So I would like to see if somebody would volunteer for the Archuleta County Fair first to handle this task.
I'll just say I've done it the last couple of years, so if one of our other reps would like to do it, that would be great.
All right, that would be either Holly or Kirsten who would potentially volunteer for this. Kirsten, you would. I'm looking for Holly here to see if she's going to fight you over it, but I don't see it. Okay, I'll appoint Kirsten then to do this for Archuleta County. Now for La Plata County Fair, that could be probably any of the other 9 members here who have done that. I don't recall who all has done it in the past. Kohler, who do you?
Yes, I've done it actually the last 3 years, and I would suggest anybody that would like to do it. It's great fun. You get to meet a lot of people. My understanding is they're going to have it both Zoom and in person, so they have limited in person on the auction. That's the main part. The other parts that I participate in pretty heavily, I don't think will be happening this year. Just the auction is still going to be a big key thing. So I'd suggest anybody wants to do it. It's a great way to meet the community.
And it's always fun to spend money to help the community. Do we have any volunteers for this?
I'll volunteer.
Hey, that away, John Lee. We appreciate that. John, I'm going to appoint you then to be our representative to the La Plata County Fair. So I think that we're done with that agenda item, and I appreciate the volunteers.
Point of contact for our action on this is who? For Kristen and I to
That could be me.
on staff?
Yeah, go ahead and contact Hillary. I think she will, now that she knows this agenda item, she'll figure out who it is that you would get in touch to and how this happens. So that's
And
who
I'll
the
keep you guys
contact
in the
would be.
loop. Yeah, I'll keep you in the loop regarding whether they're happening, if they're happening virtually, any news.
Okay, and Hillary, after your last move, we could hear what you said, but it was quite garbled. I don't know if you've got much other input in future of the meeting, but if so, you're going to probably have to come out, dial in and out again. All right, the next item on the agenda is the selection of our audit firm. We did talk about this in the financial committee meeting, and Carl has a recommendation to make and further information and some background. So Carl, would you go ahead and then we'll take action on it.
Thanks, Brett. I would like to recommend that we retain BKD as our audit firm for the upcoming 2020 audit. They have been our CPA firm responsible for the audit since 2014. So this would be their 7th go around. That's a fairly long time. And it does make sense at times to switch it up and get some fresh eyes. My recommendation is based on the fact that I joined at the end of January and missed the majority of the work that they did for the 2019 audit. And I was impressed with them. I enjoyed working with them, both the partner and the associate who came out to do the field work. I think we have a good relationship that I would like to build on, at least for this one more year. And I'd like to give them the opportunity to go through the process with me for the whole cycle. They've also submitted a very competitive rate quote, which would give us no increase on what we paid in 2019. And coming from a co-op previously, a similar sized firm cost $10,000 more to do a similar job. So I'm comfortable to work with Rob McCoy, who you all met, and those of you who have been around for a while have probably met a few times. As the partner, I find him a good sounding board. Been very impressed with their help, especially on the PPP forgiveness. And I would like to recommend that we continue that relationship for one more year.
Carl, tell me again, what's the name of this auditing firm in full?
BKD LLP.
BKD LLP. All right, we have a recommendation from our Chief Financial Officer that we retain BKD LLP again this year because Carl hasn't worked a full year with them yet, and he would like to do that. And I do think next year we'll look at this perhaps more seriously. Part of the strategy of making sure there is no fraud going on is to sometimes change your auditing firms so they don't become too friendly, or at least the auditors with staff. But knowing that we've got Carl's recommendation for this, I would like to see if anybody would make a motion that we retain BKD LLP as our auditing firm for this year of 2020.
I'll make a motion, Britt.
Kohler McInnes is up next. Excuse me, Bob. Kohler?
Yes, I'm in favor of continuing with BKD, but I cannot support Rob. And the reason why I can't support Rob is last time we were going over the audit, he made some negative comments about our previous CFO and our controller. And I really felt it was inappropriate, and it wasn't why he didn't make it when they were there, when it was occurring instead of then. It makes me feel that maybe he's not being honest with this completely. He should have brought it up at the time instead of later. And why did he bring it up? Did he bring it up to please what we wanted to hear, or did he bring it up because he was afraid to bring it up when our previous employees were there. So I can't support him, but I can support the BKD.
All right. Jack Turner.
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we retain BKD. And they've been good for us for the last 7 years. I like Carl's point that for continuity reasons, I know they have switched hands, so they have different eyes looking at it, and that's been an integrity. And so that may be an option, but I do make the motion to retain BKD as our auditor.
So we have a motion to retain BKD. Is there a quick second, and we'll go on into discussion and potentially any amendments?
Second by Kohler.
Second by Kohler. All right, and Kohler, you certainly have the opportunity to make an amendment if you want to do something specifically about this. I'll say that, but is there any other discussion of this?
Well, as far as the amendment, because the motion was just for BKD, it did not include the partner.
That's correct.
So I don't think amendment is needed for me. I can go in favor of what the motion is at this point.
All right, and at this point, it's just retain BKD, and whoever they choose as a partner, Carl has heard you, but it's not a directive, it's just a suggestion. All right, Kirsten, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to propose an amendment that we change the lead partner on our account.
All right, amendment is made that there would be a new lead partner from BKD for this audit. Is there a second for that?
Second by Kohler.
Second by Kohler. Now we're discussing the amendment that we would take BKD, but we would ask for a change of partner this year to a change of auditor from the company. Is there discussion of that? Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kohler, for bringing it up. It did jar my memory. I remember that as well, and thinking it was, there's an incongruity there. Oh man, but Carl, so if we switch partners, are all the benefits you mentioned kind of wiped clean, or I just don't know how audits work across firms, and if that still gives us the benefit you're looking for.
No, I wouldn't say that is wiped away, Rachel. It's limited. It would be a limiting factor, but I believe that Andrea, who's our lead on the audit, would still be the person who came to Durango. Well, assuming that she can come to Durango to do the work, and that helps a good deal. Obviously, I was not in, I think that was a meeting where it was just the directors and the auditors where Rob made those comments, so I can't comment on that. Yep. I know I like working with him. The comments he made to me were that it was easier to deal with Monica and I than Rachel and Dennis. And that's, if it went beyond that, I can't comment.
Thank you.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Brent. So I think I agree with changing the partner, but I don't necessarily agree with the same reason as Kohler, with all due respect, Kohler. And my reasoning is this: I think we want an auditor. We don't want to send a message that the auditor should censor what they see, regardless of the timing of when they see it. And I think if we say we want a different partner because they gave an honest opinion, I think that's counter to what we really want. So that's my reason for that. I'm not trying to argue one way or another with anybody else. That's just how I see it. And at the same time, we have asked BKD, and I'm asked this in other boards I've been on that have audits on a yearly basis, if they think we should change, what their best practice recommendation is. And they often say, well, yeah, you should change firms periodically. And while you're using the same firm, you should change partners periodically. So I view it as just a best practice, and Rob's been around a while for us. And I think trying to honor the new VP of Finance's desire to work with something familiar for a year, I think that's fine. But I think this would be a good opportunity to maybe change the partner. So I would support the amendment and also the original motion. Thanks.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
This is just a clarification, because I think, Kohler, perhaps you have a clear memory of this than I. It wasn't that there was a negative opinion or statement made. It was more so that for the duration of the time we were getting audits from this person, nothing was said to us, even in executive session, until some staff left, and then like the dirty laundry about our finances, books, and systems got aired. And it would have been nice to have heard that earlier. Kohler, was that your recollection? And I'm not trying to drag this to the mud. It's just it's important to me in how I would vote on this matter.
Yes, that is. And that's what kind of questioned my integrity for Rob, is that it wasn't brought up when it should have been the previous year if there was issues, no matter what it was. And I can't even remember the comments made. That's not really important. To me, it was the importance of the timing, and it was brought up when those people were gone. It was in the past.
Okay, Jack Turner, and then we're going to get this amendment to a vote.
Yeah, I agree with Tim as far as, I mean, with both points that he makes, that it's best practices that we should seek another partner. I would kind of defer to Carl because he's new, and I think he said it doesn't, working with BKD itself would be the important piece. I wouldn't, although I do agree that Rob's timing may have been off, I think he did what an auditor does and audited our books, and he spoke to the dynamics and the personality of what he had to work with. And maybe it was off, and it maybe warrant feedback that we would like to have heard that sooner rather than later. I don't think it warrants seeking another partner for that reason. But to Tim's point, I think it is best practices, and I think that is more credible and integrity on our part, just to say, due to best practices, we want another partner, and for that reason, I would support the amendment as well.
And to Carl, a clarification of this, you mentioned somebody else from the firm, I think it was Andrea. Was she the lead last year, or was Rob the lead last year?
Well, Rob is the partner with overall responsibility.
Okay.
But Andy, we call her, is the point person, the person you deal with the most.
All right, and we are specifically talking about it. All right, then we have an amendment on the floor that if we work with BKD, we would request a different partner this year. All those who are in favor of that amendment, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those who are opposed to that, please unmute and say nay.
Nay.
And I'll probably go with a nay as well. So, Karis, the amendment passed, but Britt and Bob were not in favor of it. So we're now going on to the main motion, which is to select BKD as our auditor again this year. Is there any further discussion of this? Jack, your hand's still up. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to lower it.
All right, is there any further discussion of this motion? And let's take a vote. All those who are in favor of selecting BKD LLP to be our audit firm in 2020, please unmute and say aye at this time.
Aye.
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 All those who are opposed, please unmute and say nay. And are there any abstentions? So the BKD will be the audit firm going forward, and that motion is passed unanimously. Now, the next thing, if we're ready to do it, otherwise we can jump around a little bit, would be the director travel requests. The key item here, and it seems like it's been changing from time to time, but I'm going to have Kohler address this because there possibly would have been travel to the Tri-State annual meeting. Kohler, what's the status of that now? And Go ahead.
Yeah, they are not going to hold it in Cheyenne. So it will be a virtual meeting, the annual meeting as well as the board meeting. So that is, it has changed since I wrote that email.
All right. So does that mean the delegates that we already selected to the Tri-State Annual Meeting are fine and dandy? We're good there.
Yeah, because there's no restriction on space and some of the other problems. So that's fine as long as the date is okay. Do we need to address the date that we originally had it? Because I think it was the April board meeting. I don't know if we need to change that or not, but I think it's fine going forward.
As long as the delegates that we've selected are aware of the date and can still attend that meeting, I'm good. Who were those delegates?
That's,
Bob?
I'm pretty sure me and Jack.
Yeah.
Jack. All right. With the new date, are you okay with that?
And let me clarify the date. Is that August 5th or something, Coder?
Hold on one second. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Yes, it is August the 5th. And I'll get back to you. I think it's scheduled for 8:30.
I'm fine with that.
And it's scheduled for 1 hour. So it'll be a short meeting.
Yeah.
All right. Jack, go ahead.
Well, I have a comment regarding our last motion and then director travel, but are we still on the tri-state one? I don't want to interrupt that.
Well, we've done tri-state. We're on delegates to the tri-state annual meeting. That's correct.
Okay, so I'll hold off my comments until we get to the director travel, and then talk about the something I want to request from the last motion.
Okay, and who were our delegates to the tri-state annual meeting? That was Bob, and was it you, Jack, or somebody else?
Yes, it was me in the Fifth Works.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. So I think that takes care of that. Now we're on to director expense approval. Jack's going to say something about this, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to you, Jack, while Trim's trying to put his numbers together. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, oh shoot, did I just lose it? If we were on director travel requests, which is thought we were on, in this CREA report that I submitted, it does provide information as to the Energy Innovation Summit and director courses that will be offered in October by CREA, and they're virtual. There's actually 2 weekends because of capacity that'll happen. So make sure everyone, if you're interested in those director courses, to look at the CREA notes that I've provided under education, and you will see what those courses are and when they're being conducted. So that's the travel part. And then getting back to our motion, I know you and Bob had opposed that amendment, and I'm really keen on hearing what the discussion is, to what different viewpoints are. And so I only heard an opposition from Tim, and it'd be nice to hear what your guys' opposition was too, because it may have switched my opinion, but
I appreciate that, Jack. I would say it's kind of too late, but just real briefly for me, I was just going to completely go with what Carl had recommended. And if he had a good working relationship to Bob, it was fine by me, and I was going to go with that. That was all there was to it. Bob, any comment real quick?
Yeah, I'll just, I maybe should have said something, but I think there was a lot of sentiment that Rob definitely made some comments, but he commented on, I won't name any names, he commented on an analysis that was done on a buyout where he thought it was way out of line, which we also have, many of us have thought was out of line. He also commented on one staff person who left, spent a lot of time on little details that didn't add up to much, and he was pleased with the new changes. So there wasn't anything I thought was terribly out of school, and I think he's done a good job, so that's why I was happy to go with what Carl wanted to use.
Okay, that item is behind us. I don't think it really,
thank you.
It's fine, I think, how it goes. Jack, you mentioned that you had provided some information on the CREA classes. Is that in the board packet? And if so, does somebody have a page number for that?
I'm switching between the notes on my mail and the board packet. It is on the board packet and it's probably toward the end. And let me see if
I also,
Brett?
Jack, I just
Yes.
emailed, I just forwarded everybody the classes from CREA. So folks, you all should get that because the managers were just forwarded that today. So maybe the same thing, Jack.
Okay, so
Okay,
it's been sent
thanks.
to our email. Okay, so we do have that
And then
information.
one other point is CREA is conducting these webinars, and there's a flyer at the end of my report of the next webinar coming up, which I think is in pretty soon. So you might want to go back if people haven't seen that, Britt, because come back later once they look at that flyer and ask for the request maybe a little bit later.
Yeah, do we have time though, if that is going to be in October, in the August board meeting, we could get approval for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that for the CREA Energy Innovation and Director courses, but CREA is also holding webinars.
Mm-hmm.
And the first one, I got booted out of, but it's on page 136. There's they're conducting webinars for directors now, virtual webinars, and
I see.
yeah. So this one's coming up. Maybe. I mean, it's probably worth asking for permission now because it's a month away.
Do they have cost?
These are free.
Well, yeah, nobody needs to take time to go to a free webinar from CREA.
Only if they want per diem.
Oh, that's right. Which would be a discussion point I think the board would have about whether if one is sitting in the comfort of their home, spending some hours on a webinar, they would get per diem or not. I'm not sure they would, but they can ask. Anybody can always ask.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
All right, then go ahead and ask. We'll see what happens. Jack, are you specifically requesting per diem for a particular CREA webinar?
No, I'm not. I'm just bringing it to everyone's attention.
All right. Holly, go ahead. You're next.
I'm sorry, you guys. My internet crashed and I missed the BKD discussion for the most part. And I don't know if this fits under traveler requests, but I tried to sign up for one of the CREA web classes and I couldn't figure out how to do it. So please just somebody help me when we get to that point. I'm going to take the 930.
Yeah, on page 137, I did click on the ground source heat pump one, and it did take me to a registrar, go to webinar page where I could put in my name and email address and click a register button. So it does seem to be working.
Okay, thank you.
And now that you brought BKD up, my apologies for something I did slip through, and Kohler, this will also be aimed at you. We were in executive session with our auditors. So anything our auditor said with us in executive session should not have been in public session. We made a mistake, and we should do a better job in the future of recognizing when things are in executive session and then they aren't. I know sometimes it's hard to do that, but we made a mistake, and I apologize for letting it go as far as it did.
Well, I didn't bring up the comments or the names, so I just brought up the situation. So that is not allowed outside the executive session?
Yeah, the fact that we got more specific, which I allowed to happen, was inappropriate.
Sorry.
And my mistake more than anybody's. Okay, hopefully no harm done, but it may have been. We'll find out. Okay, on the agenda, go back over. It's 2:49. We're doing real well. Tim, go ahead real quick, and then we're going to take a break.
Thank you. So, you know, the webinars that at least one board member, the CREA webinars or others, one board member has indicated they wanted to participate on, and we all know that even just trying to keep on a Zoom meeting for a while for some of us is challenging. And I just wonder if it's possible that space could be made available at either the Durango or the Pagosa headquarters for directors who might want to participate in that, so that they have a much better connection than they would trying to do it from home. And if that were the case, I would suggest that per diem is paid for that.
I think a good suggestion. Jessica, do you think there could be accommodations made with good bandwidth at the sites if some directors wanted to go to either Pagosa Springs or the LPA headquarters?
I think so. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, we do have strict safety precautions, as Kirsten kind of brought up. If any of you traveled or been around crowds, we would prefer you not come in. We are critical infrastructure, so we have to be very careful. And that is why we have asked that public do not come into our offices, because we have a different level of safety that we have to adhere to. So, but we have had Sue and John in for orientations, but we've kept separate, had masks. So I think it's still fine, but you cannot be walking around the building. We ask that you do not be doing that. Do not go visit employees, and just use the in and out exit near my office. And then clean up the tables after you're done.
All right, so if any directors want to take this offer up, including a per diem for it, which would have to be requested, please get in touch with Jessica, and she could make arrangements for you to have better bandwidth there. Tim, I know the next thing we were going to get to is the treasurer's report and our costs, but we're going to delay that now so that we can go ahead and take a break and then come back at 3 o'clock sharp with our lawyer, Matt. And there will be potentially the public attendees listening in on that as well. And after Matt talks, we will be going into executive session if it is moved and approved. So at this point, let's go ahead and take a break and see if we can come back at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
We come back to this site first, Britt? Sorry.
Yes, we'll come back to the public side. It's still a public meeting at 3 o'clock.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Somebody has a hand up.
Okay, Drew.
Got it.
Okay, it is 3 o'clock. The next item on the agenda was going to be a public session, public update with our attorney. I'm looking to see if he is on here yet. And Jessica, so far as you know, he's all lined up to connect.
Yes, he is. So let me, I think he's connecting now.
And I think, John, you had your hand up when I abruptly canceled and ran to a quick break. If you had anything you would like to address while we're waiting for Matt, go ahead.
All right. Thank you for coming back to that. My thought was kind of like Kirsten talked about training being important, with in-person training not being available probably for the foreseeable part of this year. It seems to me like we should encourage people to take an online class, and whether you're in the comfort of your own home, you're investing your time in this company. And I believe that, you know, whatever that per diem rate is, or the day rate, or however it's paid, I don't even know yet. But it doesn't seem to me like that should be, it should be encouraged, and not to make a director feel like they're asking for a couple pittance when, you know, they're investing their time in going after that online class on, what did you say, heat pumps or whatever it happened to be. And so I would hope that the board would be encouraging of somebody to take their own time from home or from the office, being mindful of the health, and then have that be supported by the rest of the board. But I don't know what it's been for, you know, the past years.
Yeah, this is something new, and I do find your arguments to be compelling, and that probably would be how I would vote if somebody does request a travel expense. We'll come back to travel expense right as we get to the Treasury report too, just to see if there is somebody who wants to take advantage of these near-term courses, and we'll make the decision at that point. So I appreciate that, John. Okay, let's see. I still don't see Matt Larson on. So meanwhile, Rachel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I just had a question or a follow-up with that to John Lee's point, and then I think to the recognition that this is a new situation. Perhaps we can look at our policy and our per diem structure. Would that make more sense? Because I do hear the argument that for me to spend an hour on a webinar and charge a per diem of 125, that's you know, that doesn't compute. And I'm not having to travel. I only have to take 1 hour off versus like a whole day off from work. But maybe there's another way to acknowledge that, yeah, you actually do have to take time off from work to do these things. So perhaps we can re-examine that.
Okay. Well, if that discussion comes up later this afternoon, those are all good things, valid points.
So Britt, they went to the executive session link. So Drew is sending them the public link right now.
Aha.
And we sent it to them, so I think they just got confused.
Okay, yeah, we the idea of jumping from links, and recall now, all directors, we should have another link for our executive session. Hopefully you've stored that or copied that handy somewhere. So when we leave the public session, we can jump over there. And after we leave executive session, we can jump back here. If you don't have those links handy, why don't you let Drew know now so he can email them to you? I think he did recently, so we're probably in good shape, but anybody need the links
Did you
to
get
the
my
executive
request?
session? Go ahead, Rachel.
Oh, Drew, I sent you one. For some reason, I can't download the actual invite. So if you can resend to me. Thank you.
Okay, will do.
And Drew, this is Jack. If you would send me that executive session link too, please. I appreciate it.
Well.
Okay,
Add
Matt.
to the list.
Okay, Matt Larson, you are here. I see you on. Oh, John, is that you?
Yes, please add me to the list for that. I know I had it earlier, but now there's enough of them from IT that I don't know.
Okay, Matt, I see you on now. We won't dock you too many minutes, but I hear you went the executive session first. We'll be more clear on that, but as you're aware, we're trying to open the discussion up to the public so you can give a general overview of what's happened to people and on record being videotaped and then made available to our members. So Jessica, did you need to make any previous statements or should we go ahead with Matt? Okay.
Let's jump right in.
Matt, take it away. I know there's been some big happenings. Tell us about them.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I was hanging out in the waiting area for the other one. So yeah, a lot of big developments. The biggest one being this past Friday, the administrative law judge, Robert Garvey, released his recommended decision in the Colorado Public Utilities case. He ended up selecting one of the cooperative's exit charge methodologies. He went with the United Power approach to the case, which was one that LPEA was supportive of, in addition to offering up its own. So both cooperatives had kind of supported one another's methodology, arguing that both of them were just and reasonable. The case really was a landmark victory for La Plata and for United. It's the first time that I'm aware of that Tri-State has ever been taken to a merits hearing like this and been defeated. So it's a really great outcome. We now finally have an exit charge, which is something that LPEA has been trying to obtain for a couple of years now. So that's the first part. In terms of what happens next, we go into an exceptions phase of the case, which is 20 days from now. We have to file exceptions. What exceptions are essentially an appeal up to the full commission. So would expect that Tri-State will file robust exceptions, take an issue with the ALJ's recommended decision and the findings in that decision. We're still evaluating whether there's any minor issues that LPEA or United may need to file on. But that will happen next. After those are filed on the 30th, there's a 7-day response period. So 7 days later, LPEA and United can file responses to Tri-State. They could also file responses with regard to one another. And then at that point, the case is fully briefed again and it goes all the way up to the full commission. I would expect a decision by the full commission before the end of the summer based on the timeline that we're on. So
Matt, what does fully briefed mean again? There's just papers written or people participate in the hearing?
Yeah, it would just means that all of the exceptions are now on record and then the commission can take it up. But when the commission takes it up, they don't take up the full case again. They really only take up the issues that the parties take exception to in the ALJ's recommended decision.
And is there any limitation to what can be taken exception to? Because there was, a huge amount in this case.
Yeah, it's only the findings in the ALJ's recommended decision. Having said that, it was a expansive recommended decision. I think that the judge had a really tough task in front of him to deal with a really large record. We're in this virtual environment. This case was the first case that went to full litigation with a hearing in front of the commission. They really were able to sort through all of it and come up with a decision that is cogent and readable and digestible. So I would expect though that Tri-State will take exception to many issues in here. And then, that will go to the full commission to make a final decision on.
All right. At this time, remembering that we're in open session, not executive session, where questions can be asked of Matt about the general procedures and things. Jack, go ahead. Jack Turner.
Yeah, Matt, actually our members spoke to this, and if you would elaborate or highlight that not only did the judge recommend, I know Judge Garvey recommend a methodology, which was United's, but he also ordered, and I'm probably gonna get dyslexic here, but not providing an exit methodology was unjust and unreasonable, and something was discriminatory. Could you, because our members spoke to that this morning in our member comment section, could you elaborate? I mean, I think that's worth highlighting, and elaborate on those points as well, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ALJ was pretty sharply critical of Tri-State in his decision. And I think the driver of that was a couple things. One, their refusal to provide LPEA an exit charge over the last, basically 2 years now. So that was item one. And then item two was Tri-State's decision to not bring forward their own exit charge methodology as part of the case. You'll recall that they made a decision that said, we're working on this through the contract committee. Therefore, we're not going to offer a methodology. They then attempted at hearing to bring in the CTP methodology that they filed at FERC as their methodology. And the judge was critical of that approach, and the legal findings that they made with regard to that conduct was that it was unjust, unreasonable, and discriminatory.
Okay, Joe Lewandowski, go ahead.
Matt, are there any items in the, in the declaration by the judge that concern you going forward to the next level?
Thanks, Joe. That's a good question. Nothing immediately. There may be a few minor things. One of the next steps that we're going to take is the commission. You probably saw this in the order. The ALJ ordered what's called a technical conference. And what happens at that technical conference is that we go in, and it's not like litigation anymore. It's more kind of getting together to do the final calculation to come up with the final number. So, we'll just have to work through and make sure that we have clarity on all of the inputs into the methodology so that we can participate in that technical conference and come up with the ultimate, all-in buyout number, and of course, cash component of the buyout number. So it's really just working through some minor details. But in terms of the question, like, do I have any kind of holistic concerns or big picture? No.
Okay, Tim Wheeler, go ahead.
Thanks. Two kind of questions. And some of this is public and also for my clarification. But that technical conference, it seems like that would be like a single meeting, or would it be over multiple days? And what is the nature of how those inputs are arrived at? It seemed like he gave a number for United, but not for LPEA. So will this technical conference just be concerned with LPEA or what? How does that?
That's a good question. No, both utilities will have to have their final number determined at that technical conference. What he did provide in the order was the calculation for United under their own methodology. He did not provide that for LPEA because we still have to kind of work through that piece of it. But United's number could hypothetically change at a technical conference. A good example of how they work is in investor-owned utility rate cases. The commission goes through a big process, and they'll make 40 or 50 decisions based on inputs to that utility's revenue requirement. And then what the technical conference does is it brings it all together and runs it all through. And you actually run the model in front of the judge. And then it, and we step through how everything works, typically using tabs, like with the model up on the screen. And then you arrive at that final number. This case is situated slightly differently than a full-blown rate case, but from that perspective, not really. I mean, we'll put the model up on the screen, and we'll be working with both Tri-State and United to come up with an approach to be able to do that in this case.
And that would be open to the public?
That's correct.
Okay, my other question has to do with, is this methodology now, assuming it passes the full commission, is that applicable to any member of Tri-State that wants to exit at some point or not?
That's not clear to me from the order. That's a point that I was not able to decide either way based on my personal reading of it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Rachel Landis, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Matt. Sorry if I missed this. I was writing out our calendar. When is the technical conference? Is that after exceptions and after the final ruling, or is that squished in the middle?
Yeah, that's a good question. So they have not set a date for that yet. Typically, it happens after the recommended decision, like sort of fairly soon after. In this instance, the commission didn't set a date for that, so it's not clear to me yet whether they intend to have it before exceptions or after the exceptions are due and after the exceptions are ruled on. I think there's sort of two different ways they could go. Either one is acceptable. It's really up to the commission as to how they want to conduct it.
Okay. Are there any more questions from directors or staff of Matt regarding this? Not seeing any. There's the Q&A facility is available to attendees to ask questions. There's nothing specific out there at the moment toward Matt, but we'll keep an eye on it for another minute. I have one more question, Matt. I don't have the ruling in front of me, but I know that Tri-State's CT methodology was not brought into this case, yet I recall seeing the ALJ make a comment about the 30-year projections of that methodology. What was your take on why the ALJ would be commenting on a methodology that was not brought into the case?
It's difficult and dangerous to put my mind in, try to put myself in the judge's shoes.
Okay.
Like I said, he had a really difficult job that I thought he executed really admirably. My perspective on that is, given Tri-State's historic use of mark-to-market, and they had a fair amount of testimony about why mark-to-market type of methodologies utilizing long-term forecasts, PV against, base case, change case type of approaches were what they liked, although they never actually offered a formal methodology. I think he offered that critique just to put on the record, his viewpoint on that. It's unclear at this time what kind of impact that'll have at FERC. But the ALJ's decision has already been filed into the docket at FERC.
Okay, we do have a question from one of the attendees, and they're asking now, can Tri-State bring in an alternative methodology to this exceptions process?
I'm sorry, just to make sure I understand the question, is the question, could Tri-State interject an alternative methodology?
That's right. Can they bring their alternative methodology in now?
Hypothetically, yes. Would it be successful? I don't think that it would be. There were numerous instances over the course of the evidentiary hearing where Tri-State tried to move the CTP methodology from FERC into evidence. Those requests were denied each time. I think it would meet a similar fate here if they attempted to do it in front of the full commission.
Okay, and another question from an attendee is, how do Tri-State's power purchase agreements play into the calculation and why?
Yeah, they get, with the methodology that's approved, it's a pro rata share of debt formula. The ALJ made the decision to treat those PPAs as debt. So there's a value associated with those PPAs that gets picked up. In this instance, it just so happens that because of the way that Tri-State's PPA portfolio compares to forward market prices, it results in a payment that has to be made by the departing utility. That could cut the other way if all of Tri-State's PPAs were in the money, but they're not. So as a result of that, there's a driver of the cash component from the PPAs.
Okay. And another question is, how does the PUC's decision on exit fee interact with the FERC jurisdiction on exit methodology?
Yeah, so, FERC has previously made the decision that the Colorado case was permitted to move forward. When FERC issued its decision accepting the CTP methodology, it expressly did not approve the CTP methodology. From our perspective, our case continues to move forward. There's been nothing said by FERC that this case is preempted in any way at this time.
Okay. Jack Turner, would you go ahead?
Yeah, Matt. When Dwayne Hiley spoke to CREA a couple months ago, he said that if the PUC or the Judge Garvey didn't rule in favor of Tri-State, this would be a long, drawn-out court process. And so we spoke to a little bit today, I think, with our members. But could you just, what are Tri-State's options? There's the exceptions. There's the state district court. There's the state Supreme Court. There's the DC court, which I think Jessica mentioned there was a filing by Tri-State today. Just what, if Tri-State follows through with that threat, what would be the process that they could go through?
Yeah, so with regard to taking the DC piece of it first, there was a prior FERC ruling, the FERC ruling that let this case move forward, that found that this commission had jurisdiction. The Colorado Commission retained concurrent jurisdiction over this case. There was another DC Circuit opinion in the interim with regard to the use of tolling orders by FERC. Tri-State has now sought to leverage that decision to file a petition for review more quickly in the DC Circuit. I understand you have to have been through about 1.5 years of law school to understand what I just said, but that's the fact of it. That's the DC side of it. On the state side, the commission will make a decision on exceptions. There's an opportunity at that point for what's called RRR, rehearing, reconsideration, and re-argument. They can file that. The commission has to act on that within 30 days or it's deemed denied. At that point, they can appeal the decision into the Colorado state courts. The way that it works is it first goes to the state district court, and then it goes to the, and then it would follow on and go to the Colorado Supreme Court if they decided to take it that far, if they were not successful at the district court. There are options for them to keep the case going. I don't know what their perspective is on that.
Okay, Rachel Landis, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can do one quick follow-up to Jack's question, and then I had another one. So Matt, in all those channels you just mentioned, is LPEA active, like the, I don't know, protagonist or what have you? Are we the key person or group in that, or is that more the PUC?
Yeah, that's a good question, Rachel. In the DC Circuit example that I used, FERC It's actually a lawsuit against the FERC.
Okay.
So the FERC is the defendant in that instance. Here, this is hypothetical, of course, but if the commission upholds the ALJ's order and then Tri-State ultimately files a state action, the Colorado Public Utilities Commission is the defendant. Now, typically what happens is affected entities like LPEA or United would come in as interveners, which gives them an opportunity to weigh in on the lawsuit as well. But the lawsuit itself, it's against the Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
Awesome, thank you. And then one of the other questions I had, so this is approving a methodology for a full buyout. And I know that Tri-State, we're also looking at partial buyout, and we were given a Tri-State methodology and numbers affiliated with that, which assuming the two things don't align. So does this methodology also apply to a partial, or is it just for a full?
Yeah, it's just for the full. There's nothing here on the partial. The partial, and the reason for that is because the partial wasn't part of our case. We sought a full buyout methodology as a part of this, and the basis for our case was that Tri-State's refusal to provide it was unjust, unreasonable, and discriminatory, and the judge found the same thing.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, and I'm going to try and move us on so we have time in executive session. I know there's some important things to discuss there. So 2 more questions, and I'm going to call it. Kirsten, go ahead, and let's try to be brief.
Yeah, thanks, Britt. Matt, you mentioned the state court and the state Supreme Court. Are those 6-week delays, 6-month delays, 6-year delays? How big is that?
So it depends, but it can stretch on for several months, and in some instances, a year or 2 years. It just sort of depends how far a particular party is willing to take it. There are not a lot of cases that go to the Colorado Supreme Court. I'd also add that courts show a lot of deference to agencies like the PUC, particularly the PUC because of the specialized nature of the body. So there is a couple of instances in recent years where the commission has been reversed, but it is very rare.
Okay, and final question in open session, Joe Lewandowski, it's yours, go ahead.
And on if they do the appeals, going to FERC, going to PUC, it's the FERC and the PUC attorneys that have to defend their decision. Is that correct? I mean, you would not be involved, right?
Well,
or not directly, I guess.
You could be involved as an intervener. Then that's more just sort of watching out for your own interests. But you're correct that the agency's attorneys are ultimately responsible for defending the agency's decisions.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good discussion. We are now, if the board is willing to go into executive session, I'm looking for a motion to do that. Tim, go ahead.
This is Jack. Oh, sorry.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, I make a motion we move into executive session to discuss with the attorney the strategy and details.
All right, is there a second for that, Jack?
Second, thanks, Britt.
All right, we have a motion to go into executive session. Is there any further discussion? Kohler, go ahead.
I need to know my status of going into the executive session.
All right, Matt, Kohler is our tri-state representative. What is your recommendation in the executive session? Is there any part of that he can participate in?
I'm sorry?
Kohler is our tri-state representative. He is asking if there's any part of this executive session he can participate in. In other words, we could do something with him for a while and then kick him out and do other things, or what is your opinion of this?
To the extent we're going to be talking about this case and any of our litigation with Tri-State, he needs to recuse from that.
And Kohler, from what I'm aware, we're going to talk about what I'm going to initially brief the board on. It is stuff that's directly related to stuff that we wouldn't want you to relate to them. So I would ask you to take it easy, take a little longer break. I think we have Matt till around 4. We may drag him a little longer, but I know there's some other things we'll be discussing, so it might take a little bit. Okay, all those in favor of moving to executive session at this time, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please unmute and say nay and abstain. Okay, please, everybody is going to be exiting this session and using the executive session private link to jump over there. We'll see you on the other side. Thank you, attendees, for participating and asking some questions.
Britt, would you please call him when you get out of the executive session?
Kohler, yes, I will make a note to call you when we're, Drew, can I delegate that to you? Will you be paying attention and still around?
So Drew is not going to be on it, so I can do
Okay.
that for.
All right, I'll delegate it to Jessica.
And if I can ask for me as well, sorry to butt in, but if I could ask for me as well and have the minutes note that I'm not attending due to the conflict with Empire.
All right, will do. Anything else? We all ready to go over there? Jack, go ahead.
This is Jack. There's one more Q&A that I just wanted to make your attention to, and maybe we could address that later and follow up on it.
Okay, yeah, I saw that, but we need to move on. We'll do. Thanks so much. See you on the other side.